How's it going?
It's going okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I was a tad late. I dressed up in my baseball uniform as a bit, and it took a little while to get out of. So,
Do
sorry
you
about that.
you play baseball?
I used to play like 10 years ago.
Oh,
uh,
okay.
yeah. So yeah, like I put it on for the first time in like many years. So I forgot how long it took to get out of. Uh,
If you can still fit into clothes that you wore 10 years ago, you're probably doing pretty good.
or I was doing bad before. Either one or the other.
Well, yeah. But if you were doing bad before,
I'm
then you
doing the same as I was before.
okay. Fair enough. I'm just saying most people get fatter as they get older, and if you haven't,
Oh
then
shit. Uh, 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 Sorry. I forgot to change my stream title, and it was still Beckett. So um, I do have a question about your username. What
oh
what
yeah,
is the
yeah.
J for?
Oh, okay.
If I may ask.
So it has like a couple of different meanings. um, okay, so one of them is that I have a pen name, which is CJ, and I don't want to get into that. Another one is that I've been
Yeah, fair enough.
some variation of cricket on the internet for like 25 years
Hmm.
since I was like a teenager, and like I used to use like J cricket all the time, and
Mm-hmm.
basically it turns out that that gets taken like if you try to go BJ cricket on every platform, it doesn't really work because people want to be like Jiminy cricket or something like that, which
Yeah,
isn't really what I was trying to do. And so it turned out like that because that was a lot of times taken. I figured like I need to have a backup plan. So my backup plan was I'm going to be cricket style J when J cricket is taken, right? But then like
mm,
that happened often enough that I'm just like, why am I ever still doing J cricket? Like I can just be cricket style J. That's unique to me. Like I should just be that on
mm.
everything. And so I mostly do that now, except for when I'm changing my name just for a joke or something, which I do fairly often.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, yeah. Uh, okay.
And then another one that I get asked all the time is like, why is your name cricket but your picture's a frog? But those things don't really have much to do with each other.
Hmm.
The frog is a it's a frog that a friend of mine and I encountered in real life, and I just really
Oh,
liked the
nice.
photo, and so I just use that as a profile picture now. And so there's not really any connection between the two, except I like animals, I guess. That's about it.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, like that's fair. Um, I don't think someone's profile picture necessarily has to be exactly what the username is about, you know?
Yeah,
Like, um, yeah,
they're
like,
both just tiny little snapshots of your personality. They're not necessarily going to be representative. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like, and some people they don't even like it has it's just a random picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, like whenever I see, I mean, like, to be fair, I think you there are personal reasons why you chose that
Mm-hmm.
pick
Yeah.
specific picture, but like, yeah, I don't think it necessarily has to be like, there's a specific reason for blah 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 blah. But yeah.
What about yours? Like, why are you solemn, and why do you have the icon that you have?
Well, it's a really boring story. So when you create an Xbox username, if the username you wanted is taken, they'll give you just a whole bunch of random usernames as, like, a prompt.
Hmm.
And one of them was Solemn10 in letters and then 99 in numbers. And then I just shortened it down to Solemn10.
Oh, okay. Have you been using that for
Uh,
a long time?
yeah, it's been my gamer tag for uh many years. uh yeah, I think, or like around 10 years. Like, before that, I used to be uh uh Tannis from like, do you know the Dragonlance Chronicles?
I've heard of it. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons thing. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a Dungeons and Dragons world novel. And
Okay.
one of the main character, his name is Tantalus, and people call him Tanis. So I used to use Tanis a lot, but obviously being actual character in a work of art, I guess, people do take that name. So it was a hit or miss whether or not I could take it, and so I like that username was taken, and then Solemn10 was born. Which is funny because I don't consider myself solemn at all. So, yeah. And then the PFP is Rust Lord from Fortnite. Because when I
Oh.
created this channel, I was playing Fortnite.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't play Fortnite anymore, but like I like the PFP.
Okay.
So I just kept it.
Yeah, I've never played Fortnite. I didn't recognize the character.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like a chibi of the character. So like it's a like caricature.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, yeah. Let's get into the conversation that
Hmm.
we wanted to get into, which is
Yeah, I
about
remember you were
immutable
saying last
characteristics.
time you wanted to continue talking about the immutable characteristics thing, and so
Hmm.
I figured we could just pick up where we left off, pretty much, if you want to do that.
Yeah. Do you mind reminding me of where we left off? Because I've had I've had continuations of the conversation with other people, so I don't really remember exactly where we left off.
Okay, yeah. So we were talking about like when is discrimination okay, what should be protected
Hmm.
classes, and whether
Hmm.
immutable characteristics are an indication that something should be a
Yeah.
protected class.
Hmm.
And my take was no, and I think yours was yes.
Yeah. So I guess um let's lay out what we want to talk about. So
Okay.
like immutable characteristics, but like what about immutable characteristics?
Sure. So basically, like, what we were talking about last time was whether they should all be protected classes. And to some degree, I do believe in protected classes. Like, I think there are certain
Uh-huh.
types of discrimination that I want to forbid, and some of those happen to
Hmm.
be immutable characteristics. But I don't want to forbid discrimination on them because they're immutable characteristics. Also,
Hmm.
I think there are immutable characteristics that I don't want to forbid people to discriminate on, like different ones, and
Yeah.
there might even be like other protected classes where I would want to forbid discrimination on something that is not an immutable characteristic.
Yeah. So like I did continue the conversation I think with headless chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And basically to me, immutable characteristics is like a heuristic by which we define what should or shouldn't be protected, and but it's not an end all be all.
Okay.
So like depending on what you are protecting, you have different like so like with race. Like
Mm-hmm.
race is I think we can agree is an immutable characteristic,
Yeah,
right?
more or less. I mean, obviously, occasionally so we end up talking about transracialism or something, but let's just call it an immutable
Well, like
characteristic for now.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
like yeah, you can have the argument about transracialism, but like I think at that point, um, you start arguing against um race as an immutable characteristic, right?
Yeah, that was kind of why I brought it up. Was that
Yeah,
it's not
like
like an
kind of
ironclad
like
example, but
kind
it's
of
good
like
enough.
how some people on the far left are talking about transness, right?
Yeah.
And when you start like when you're talking about like trans people, as in people who have like gender dysphoria and stuff like that,
Hmm.
you can talk about them being immutable characteristics, but like when you start arguing that trans also includes things like xenogenders and stuff, you're kind of arguing against the argument of trans being an immutable characteristic, right?
Maybe, yeah. I,
I
I
mean, because like, unless you can argue that people who are xenogender actually act as the animal and believe they have the same rights and I guess failings, I guess, as the animal, right? So like you would never consider someone like let's just take the like a real world example of Doe, right?
okay.
Doe considers herself a deer.
Doe considers itself it.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's itself a deer.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
you would never consider um hunting season to include it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And
To refer to a
even
euphemistic take.
even that like they themselves would not consider themselves to be included in the hunting season, right?
I don't think so.
You know, because otherwise they wouldn't have been so upset at that joke, right?
Well,
They
no,
would be like,
I
yeah,
don't even
fair
think that's
enough.
why. I think it's because it was kind of like joking about a death threat.
Yeah, but like hunting season for deer is literally a death threat, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we don't consider that to be bad
But
because we consider deer to be huntable things.
most of us do. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, yeah, like there are people who are like against hunting, like 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if someone hunted a deer versus someone hunted doe,
Mm-hmm.
there would be a massive uh incongruence of opinion, right?
Yeah, I think almost
Or
everyone would agree
outrage.
with that, including Doe. Yeah.
Yeah, so like they don't consider themselves to be a deer for all intents and purposes.
I don't think they do. I don't claim to be able to know what Doe
Yeah,
thinks,
so
so but
and
it doesn't
like
seem that way to me. Yeah.
yeah, so like there is like, oh, I align myself with certain thing, but I am not certain thing, right? Like if Doe had
Sure.
sex with a human, they wouldn't consider it to be a bestiality, you know?
Well, what if that's another human that identifies as a deer? Then maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like, good luck finding that, but like, so like when things like that start coming up, I
Mhm.
start to take issue with it because like immutable characteristics I think should be highly considered, whereas personal choices are less protected. Well, they
Mhm.
should like personal opinion should be protected, right? I don't think y- um like protected socially, not legally.
Protected socially, not legally. So is that every immutable characteristic, or is it only some? Or
Um, I mean that like to a certain extent, right? Like because if your immutable characteristic involves hurting someone else, I don't think that you can protect that. But you can protect like let's just say pedophilia, right?
uh huh.
Like if someone molests a child, I don't think you should protect them because like I mean it could be argued that pedophilia is an immutable characteristic,
Yeah, maybe,
but
I don't know.
well like it seems to be the case. We just don't like to think of it that way because like when we talk about someone's sexuality, like if someone's gay, we shouldn't judge them for it because like what they do in the privacy of their own home. But when it comes to kids, even if it's in the privacy of your own home, you probably shouldn't be able to do it, right?
Right, it's an act of like abuse and victimization, and
Yeah.
that's not necessarily the case with like
Yeah,
you know.
so like I think um if it were to be the case that pedophilia is an immutable characteristic, I think them being a pedophile
Mhm.
should not be attacked, but if they act on it, then that causes a harm to society, which we should not allow. So like I
Right.
so like I don't think you should be put in jail for having certain urges. But if you
Mm-hmm.
act on those urges, then we should probably stop that.
Right. I agree, but I think in some cases it could be okay to discriminate against pedophiles in other ways. Not that I would just want to send them
Well,
to
I
jail,
mean,
but
yeah, like if they're like
they apply to work at a
if they
daycare,
show
right?
um sure. I think it's that like I think that's a hard question because if they have urges but they show enough self-restraint, I think like I would not be super comfortable with it,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think I would also be comfortable um with um discriminating against them for an action they have not committed.
Um, no, I would. I, I think it
Well, so
the
I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
well, okay, because if we know that this person is a pedophile,
Mhm,
and we know that they have some like urge to do the action,
mhm.
then I think we're discriminating on the basis of the urge that they already have, and what that indicates about the likelihood of their future behavior.
Sure, but at so my pushback would be if we do that,
Mm-hmm.
then we are kind of encouraging them to keep it to themselves.
Uh,
But
Perhaps the
I would rather a society that allows them to say, "Hey, I have these urges. I don't want to act on these urges, and I
Mhm.
need help to like make even whether it be like therapy, whether it be certain other things
Mhm.
to stop me from doing it." And I
No,
want
I
them to
agree.
I want them to be able to go out and uh ask for these things without being penalized.
No, I agree. I also want that, but there is a conflict between those two things, right? Because if we just go all out with saying like, we don't want to stigmatize it, we want to make them as comfortable as possible, and therefore we're
Mhm.
not going to discriminate on them at all. And we're going to go so far as to allow them to put themselves in positions where they're at higher risk to offend. I think at some point it's no longer worth it, right? I think they've just got to stay away from certain situations and certain jobs and stuff, and then as long as they do that, then yeah, they probably shouldn't be discriminated against.
Well, so I guess where would the line be drawn though? Because if you have a pedophile, should
Mm-hmm.
they be able to have kids?
Oh, I think they should be able to, and it's not that I would want them to. It's more just the idea of trying to restrict who can and can't have kids is just like a nightmare in terms of how do you enforce that. But whereas like employment discrimination, it's just not nearly as difficult to allow or disallow employment discrimination as it is to allow or disallow people to reproduce.
Sorry, I just had a chat and the the chatter said I was attacked by a parrot. That just threw me off. I was just like, I have no idea what they were trying to say with that.
Is being a parrot an immutable characteristic?
Yeah, if you are a
Oh,
parrot. But
oh yeah. By the
is a
way,
human identifying as a parrot an immutable characteristic? I'm gonna say no.
so I want to repeat like what something from our previous conversation that where I think what we agreed on is that an immutable characteristic is something that you both
It's a
didn't opt
decent
in
heuristic, yeah.
that you didn't opt into and
Mhm.
that you can't opt out of. That's like
Yeah,
basically what we're talking about. Okay.
yeah. hmm And like, of course, I don't think like carte blanche, like every single immutable characteristic should be protected,
Okay.
and whatever is not an immutable characteristic should not be protected. Right? Like
Okay. That's
there are certain things that in society that we want to not necessarily enforce, but to encourage or like to let prosper when like left to their own devices, they would not prosper, right?
can you explain what you mean by that?
So like throughout like civilization, gay people have been discriminated against, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
we don't see people being praised for being gay, but like there are a lot of accounts in history of people being discriminated against for being gay. And them being
Right.
gay has nothing to do with like what they're being discriminated against for, right?
Um, Wait, doesn't it? I'm confused about what you're
Like
saying.
yeah, so like let's just say if
Oh, you're saying like if they try to get a job where their job performance is not going to be impacted by their
yeah, yeah, yeah.
sexuality. Okay, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Or like in society, like if you're living a hunter gatherer society and they're like a hunter and they can hunt very well, but like they want to fuck dudes instead of girls, like
Mm-hmm.
they have been discriminated against where like they can still hunt, right?
Yeah, I mean, different hunter-gatherer societies are going to have different social norms around that, but yeah, like some of them will discriminate and some won't. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like I think if like if you're in a specific situation, right? Then you can I guess validate certain discrimination. So like let's just say they're sending a team to Mars to like populate the planet. Like, you probably wouldn't want a gay dude on that trip, right? Like if your goal is to populate the planet.
Well,
um they
yeah,
could
I
still
mean,
be
like,
useful, but they would be less useful. And if you have like a certain limit on how many people you can bring,
mm,
then you probably want the most utility out of every single person, right?
yeah, and if you're not gonna do any artificial insemination and stuff, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, sure. But like even artificial insemination, you're gonna run out of semen at some point, right?
I mean, are you? Well, yeah, when you fucking die.
So yeah, like I think like you can go to like certain situations where you would discriminate against them, but like in
Mhm.
society in general, like I think it's a decent rule of thumb to have.
Yeah, it's actually like hard for me to even think of a situation where you'd want to discriminate against gay people because even in this situation of like where you need to reproduce, it's not like gay people can't reproduce; they're just less
Yeah,
likely
yeah.
to. Um, so I don't
Well,
think.
like reproduce by like natural means. So like I'm not saying that gay people's sperm don't work or anything, or like
Right,
lesbians can't have babies. Like
right.
obviously that's not the case, but yeah.
Hmm, hmm.
Um but yeah, like that was just like off the top of my head. Like like obviously you can work around it. So like if there was an astronaut who was like super good at management and they're like, hey, if we send this one person um on the trip overall will be more successful,
Yeah.
then like obviously you would put that more like that person on the trip even though they might not have like the reproduction capabilities or you that quote unquote utility, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Because they like produce in other areas.
Yeah.
But like yeah.
Like, does any of this have anything to do with whether it's immutable or not, though? Because I don't think it
Oh no,
does.
we were talking about like situations where you can discriminate against immutable characteristics, like the
Right,
fringe
right. But I'm
situations.
saying that
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at is that that type of discrimination, like if I grant you that that discrimination makes
Hmm.
sense, then I think it makes sense regardless of whether or not being gay is immutable.
Yeah. So like that's what I'm trying to say. Immutable isn't the end all be all of like whether or not discrimination can or should happen, right?
Yeah, I don't even think it's important to whether discrimination can or should happen. I just think a lot of the things that we want to people to stop discriminating on happen to
Hmm.
be immutable characteristics, but we don't want to stop the discrimination because they're immutable characteristics.
Well, yeah, because like if it's something that you can opt into that is a negative for society, then we would try to like at least nudge people against doing such a thing, right?
Um, so,
Generally speaking.
so I'm trying to think of like what you mean exactly by
So
that.
like if someone has an abrasive personality, Like I'm not talking law here. I'm talking like societally.
If somebody has an
Like,
abrasive personality and you're considering that to be an immutable characteristics because they can't
well,
change it
no,
or
no,
whatever.
no, no. It's
Or,
it's not an immutable
oh,
characteristic,
it's not. You're saying.
right? Like someone's
I don't
personality
know.
is
Can
not
you just
immutable.
change your personality?
Um, I would say yes. It's
I,
it's hard, but like, or you can temper it at least,
I
right?
think you can make some changes to your personality. I don't think you can just 180 and become a completely different person.
Well, sure, and it also like it kind of depends on like what's driving that personality, right? Like
Um,
you could have a personality disorder where you don't want
sure.
to be a certain way, but like sometimes you are, right?
Um,
And
sure.
I would say that that's I I don't know if I would say that's immutable characteristics, but like it's pretty close, and I think we should still protect that.
Yeah, I would. Or actually, would I
Or like,
agree with that? I'm not
well,
sure.
by protect it, I think more like have a more like uh charitable reaction to them. So like if someone, let's just say if you knew someone was like bipolar
Uh
and
huh.
they flip out on you versus someone who is just like an asshole who flips out on you. Like if you
So
knew those things, would you react in the same
I'm
way?
not sure that's a good example because that isn't really how bipolar works. But like,
Or sure.
but maybe like borderline or something, right? Where some because they a lot of times have like emotional eruptions, and they can get treatment for borderline to kind
Hmm.
of get it under control, but they can't cure it.
Yeah. Yeah, and things like that, like if like whatever the case may be, there's a mitigating circumstance, right?
Okay.
And
So you're saying a personality
would you react in the same way if
uh,
you knew those things?
wait, sorry, are you saying that a personality disorder is a mitigating circumstance? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
So like you would treat someone with, what was it, you said borderline, and someone who's just an asshole, you would treat them the same way.
Well, I mean, borderline doesn't necessarily make you an asshole, but it can make you do some of the same behaviors, right? It's
Yeah.
uh,
Well,
uh
like just let's just say whatever the case may be, there's a certain condition you have that makes you act in asshole ways that you
okay.
know that person does not want to act in, right?
Oh,
And
that
then
they
there's someone
don't
who is,
want to.
yeah.
Oh, because
And
that's
then there's
different.
some,
Because like you having
yeah,
a
and then there's someone who is just an asshole. Like you would give a little bit more charitability to the person who has the condition, right?
well, no, because I think everybody who's just an asshole is going to have some underlying like reason for that within their personality too. Like just the fact that somebody has like a diagnosable condition, I don't think makes it any better or worse. It might make certain behaviors more likely.
Hmm.
It might make some of their behaviors more predictable to some degree. I don't think it's a mitigating factor. I don't think it makes like jerk behavior better or worse.
Uh, hmm. So to you, the defining difference would be, um, if someone like has the full ability to choose on the spot versus someone who is raised a certain way.
I'm not sure what you mean when you say full ability to choose on the spot. Is this like a free will versus predetermination like argument, or like I'm not,
Well, I mean, is that not where it's going? Because like if you're
it
saying
sounds like that's where
someone
you're
is,
taking. That's not where I'm trying to take it, but I'm trying to ask if that's where you're trying to take it.
well, I'm trying to figure out where your line is, right?
Where my line is for like what's a mitigating factor? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like if someone has a condition versus someone was raised in a certain way, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you're saying the asshole who is just an asshole there's probably a reason why he's an asshole, right?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody has a condition that's diagnosable versus somebody who doesn't, I mean, still both of those people have some reason for being the way they are, right?
Sure. Um, but like personally, I feel if there is, um, if there is an option out and they did not take it, I think that's a little bit different. I would treat them a little bit differently.
Okay. I mean, everybody's going to have options to be more or less of a jerk, right? They're all going to, not that you can completely change your personality, but you can still choose to be like, there's a spectrum of behaviors that you choose from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I care about people making an effort to be considerate, if that's what you mean, but I think people can do that regardless of whether they have a personality disorder or not.
For the most part, I think yes.
Okay.
Um, but like, uh, hmm.
So were you saying you would not want to allow any kind of discrimination against people on the basis of their having a diagnosable
Well,
psychiatric disorder, or
so are you saying someone who is an asshole, they might not just be an asshole, but they might have another condition that's not diagnosable?
I mean, another condition that's not diagnosable? I mean, everybody's mental state is a condition, right? I mean, what do you mean by condition? Because because all these diagnoses is people doing like pattern recognition on human behavior and
Mm-hmm.
human cognition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like if you're being a jerk to me, then it's not super important to me whether you're doing it in such a way that identifies you with a clear pattern of what other people are doing. Uh,
Um, I I don't know if I would agree with that because I think, um, like you could say that yes, everyone's quote unquote condition is like, um, I guess equal,
I mean, it's not that
but
they're
I
equal. It's that like whether or not the description of your personality fits something in the DSM. I don't think that that's like important to whether we should. I don't know. I mean, if it's the case that that having like one of those diagnoses um, is predictive of certain types of behavior, then
Mhm.
to a really like a pretty significant degree, then I
Mhm.
think that's all I need to say that it is sometimes okay to discriminate against people that have those things. Like let's say somebody who has like some kind of severe OCD where they just need to get
Mhm.
up and wash their hands every 10 minutes, and then they want to be like an airline pilot. Like, well, maybe you shouldn't, or maybe we shouldn't allow you
Yeah, but
if
like
you
no,
want.
I'm not saying carte like again, I'm not saying carte blanche like you can like every immutable characteristic should be um ignored and like treated as if they were, because like obviously if you have certain characteristics that like clash with some like the job description, for example, like if someone had like amputated hands and
Uh
like
huh.
you know like you wouldn't allow them to like, and if you didn't hire them to be like a waiter or waitress, I think
Mm-hmm.
that's fair. Because like it severely hampers them doing their job,
Yeah, I mean, they would at
right?
least need to like demonstrate that they could still do it, and if
Yeah.
like in a way that other people probably wouldn't. Like if somebody comes in with hands, I'm not gonna go like, hey, can you prove to me that you could actually carry a tray around? But I would do that with someone who doesn't have hands.
Yeah, but like, let's just say you are talking with someone with OCD, and they
Hmm.
get up and wash their hands every 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and so like you're having a conversation, and they just get up from the computer and go wash their hands every
Hmm.
10 minutes.
Hmm.
But you knew that they had OCD. That would be different than like if you're talking to like someone who didn't really have like a diagnosable condition, and just every so often they just get up from the computer and go do random shit. Like I would be a lot more upset with someone doing that than someone with OCD.
Okay, the person with OCD, like if they have that diagnosed, I would say that that's more predictive of their future behavior than the person who
Hmm.
just is doing it without the
Absolutely.
diagnosis, right? And so that
Yeah.
therefore, I think you might have more reason to discriminate against them.
Well, no, but like if I'm having a conversation and someone gets up randomly to do shit, I
Hmm.
might start feeling, hey, this person is not paying attention to the conversation. Like they're not really, you know, they like, do I want to interact with this person again? Because like if they're being this disrespectful, because like I think just getting up every 10 minutes and going to do something
So you're
in the middle of
imagining
a
like
conversation.
an alternative explanation for their behavior where they're just like disinterested in what you're saying to them, something like that.
Yeah, and if someone was like had OCD, I would understand, like I would be a lot more understanding of the fact that they're getting up and leaving the conversation every 10 minutes.
Okay, I think in both cases, like whether somebody has OCD or whether they're just uninterested into you, to what you're saying,
Hmm.
but both of those things are going to be explained through some factors of their like personality and neurology in ways that
Hmm.
are going to be ultimately immutable um, by yeah. Myopic says I think he's saying the person without the disorder has more of a choice than the other. So I don't know. Maybe we do have to get into the free will, predestination.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's why I was asking, because like when you were saying someone with a diagnosable thing versus someone without a diagnosable thing
Mm-hmm.
should be treated the same,
No, 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 no.
because
I don't
like,
think that.
but okay, so are you saying you should discriminate more against people with immutable characteristics?
In some cases, it depends. It depends, like
Yeah,
what
yeah,
the
yeah, like
characteristic is and what they're trying to do.
okay, so like in the situation of the online talk,
Mm-hmm.
which one would you consider them both to be the same?
The same in what way? What do you mean?
As in like let's just say someone just gets up every 10 minutes to like go do stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and you have no like they're just like, oh yeah, I just saw something that like I needed to do, sorry, can you repeat the whatever, because like I missed it,
Mm-hmm.
every 10 minutes, or someone who is like, hey, I have OCD and I need to wash my hands every 10 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and they do that.
Mm-hmm. So what's
Like
your question about?
functionally it's the same, right, to you? Like they're both leaving the conversation every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like would you feel the same about both of these things?
No, because like I have an extra piece of information about one of them that's
Mhm.
relevant to how I feel about it.
Yeah, and so you would allow a little bit more charitability to which one?
More charitability? I don't know if I would allow more charitability to either of them.
Wait, so like um let's just say someone leaving the conversation every 10 minutes and just like completely stopping the conversation for a couple minutes while they go do their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it pisses you off.
Okay, unlikely, but
Like
sure,
it
sure. Let's
like
go with it.
let's just say it gets on your nerves, right?
Okay.
Um would you would you feel the same about inviting the same person to talk
I don't think I would decide.
in the same?
I wouldn't decide based on whether they have the personality disorder or not. I would decide based on whether they're being considerate about whatever the thing is that they're doing, right? So the person with the personality disorder, even if they're getting up every 10 minutes, if they're like considerate about explaining that to me, and it's like, hey, I'm sorry, I have OCD. This is going to interfere with our
Mhm.
conversation, but are you okay with like going ahead and doing it? You know what I mean? Like they could approach it that way versus like they
Mhm.
get up every 10 minutes and come back and then they're like, I don't know, like it depends like what's their attitude about it towards me. Like I think that's way more important to me than whether they're like having OCD or not. And that would be the exact same thing for the other person that doesn't have OCD. Like if they're just getting up every 10 minutes and going like, "Hey, sorry, I really need to do something," and da 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 da, like,
So like so if someone did have OCD,
yeah,
and you knew that, and um, they get up every 10 minutes and they don't say anything about it. They just get up and leave
and they
to
just
wash
don't
their
explain
hands.
it to me, but
And
I
then there's another person who is like, hey, I I just sometimes I just leave the conversation sometimes and do do stuff.
and they just don't
And
tell me
like
why.
every 10 minutes they're like, oh, sorry, gotta like, I'm gonna step away from the conversation.
Uh huh.
And like they go do like a random thing.
Okay.
Like we would you think about them differently?
Yeah, because I'm deciding what like how I think about both those people based on the information that I have about them. Like, of course, I think about them differently. I have different information about them. Like, I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this.
So yeah, so like where what I'm trying to get at is if you have knowledge about something that you might consider to be an immutable characteristic,
Okay.
would
Then what?
you would you lend more charitability because you know something is an immutable characteristic or not?
Would I lend more charitability to something that I know is an immutable characteristic or not? There
Or you
might be.
think?
I don't really know. Like I think there might be situations where I would do it, but I don't think it would. I'm not sure if it would ever be because it's an immutable characteristic. Maybe. Well, no. Okay. You know what? Like, what if maybe somebody had like Tourette's and they're just like screaming at random
Mhm.
obscenities at me, like like every few minutes or something like that,
Yeah.
and but they've like let me know ahead of time, like, hey, this is just
Mhm.
something that they explain it to me or something like that. As opposed to a person who just randomly screams obscenities at me and
Mhm.
right, like, yeah, I think I would treat that a little differently. So maybe that's a better example.
Yeah, I would say that's treating someone with a little bit more charitability because of their immutable
Sure.
characteristics.
Myopic says, I think he's saying that from a person with OCD, he would see the same actions as less displaying of disinterest or callousness toward him. And that is kind of what I was saying like a few minutes earlier, right? I was saying like
Mhm.
because you're considering like an alternative hypothesis for to explain their behavior.
Yeah, but like when I was trying to get at that, you were like, oh, but like the person without a diagnosis, like they might have something like
Well,
um
they do though. They're gonna have some reason for behaving the way they behave, right?
and so that's why I'm trying to make a distinction, right? Because like every asshole has a reason why they're an asshole. Like no
Yeah.
one's born an asshole, right? And so
Uh,
like
I don't know. Like honestly, I don't know.
I'm
Like people,
I
there
they
might be
could be,
people
I
who are
guess.
there might be people who are
Um
just born with neurological conditions where they're just gonna grow up to be a jerk. You know?
and like I guess maybe someone with like what would you call it? Psychopathy? Someone who like just never grows into learning that other people actually exist and are like separate entities, I
Yeah, sure.
guess.
So we can imagine like I don't
Hmm.
know if that's actually something you can be born with, but we can imagine like suppose someone is right
Hmm.
that that they're just born with some brain state that makes them very likely to end up being psychopathic in the way that you described,
Yeah.
where they're just like totally unable to empathize with other people or something like that. Yeah, and then they're just going to grow up to be a jerk. Okay, so
Yeah,
what?
and like I think I would lend that person like a slight amount of more charitability as long as they're not hurting other people. Versus someone who is like, yeah, I just don't like, you know,
Versus
people,
somebody
I
who's
guess.
just as much of a jerk, but they weren't born with a brain condition or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wait, why? Like, if they're both just as much of a jerk, then why do you give like more charitability to one than the other?
Well, because I think one chooses to be that way and another one doesn't.
Okay, like they choose to be that way. I mean, like, if somebody is that much of a jerk, that you know that that they're that the equivalent of somebody with like psychopathic brain damage, then I think that indicates some like pretty traumatic personal history that got them to where they are, right?
Maybe, or they could like again we're going back to like what I guess maybe we would have to go to something a little bit more physical because um I guess like psychology is doesn't really have clear indications of
Maybe
like
what you're getting at
what
is
can or can't be uh, considered an immutable characteristic.
yeah. So maybe what you're getting at is like the likelihood of them changing in the future. Is that what you're getting at? Like the
Or if
person,
if they had a choice to not do something.
if they had a choice to not do something. Um, okay, so do you believe in free will, or do you not?
Um yeah, I do.
Okay, what is free will according to you?
Free will is you having the ability to choose different things. And certain like brain disorders, I believe, um, kind of hamper that free will. Like not everyone has the same level of free will.
So you having the ability to choose different things doesn't sound like that doesn't sound like it contradicts determinism at all, right? Because you could just have a
Uh,
choice to do certain things, but then there's a predetermined outcome to your choice. Like
yeah,
there
but
is
like
a,
it okay, but like is there a predetermined choice?
well, this is what I'm asking you because the way you keep describing these things, it seems like it's hinging
Mhm.
really heavily on whether or not people have predetermined choices or not.
Yeah, so like if someone has certain personality disorders or like mental disorders, like it
Mm-hmm.
hampers their ability to choose.
Does it? Okay. I mean, according to
I
you,
or
like,
like I think so, which
uh,
is why I would consider them. Or I would grant them a little bit more charitability.
why do you say it hampers their ability to choose?
Um, because sometimes people want to choose certain things, but like their brain won't let them
Doesn't that
in
happen
the
to everyone?
moment. Um,
All it means is that
maybe to a certain extent, yeah.
it means you're internally conflicted, right? Like part of you wants to choose one thing, and part of you wants to choose the other thing, and one side's going to win, and the other side's going to lose.
Sure, but there are also some conditions where, like, for example, Tourette's, like
Mm-hmm.
they might in their brain not want to do something, right? Like they don't want to say certain things, but their Tourette's kind of pulls it out of them, right?
Well, okay. So here's what that means. What I'm getting out of this though is when you say like in their brain they don't want to do it, but there's another
Mhm.
part of their brain that does want to do it, right? There's just two different parts of their brain conflicting about whether they want to do it or not.
Yeah, and but like it's out of their control, no?
No, but this is what I'm asking you. Like, why do you say it's out of their control?
Because if it was in their control, they wouldn't choose to do it.
No, I don't agree with that. If you're talking about two different parts of your brain wanting to do two different things, and one of them wins and the other one loses, I don't know why you would say that if it's in their control, they would have instead chosen the one that lost.
like okay, so here's an example.
Mm-hmm.
There's a streamer with Tourette's called Sweet Anita. Do you know? Do you know
Oh,
her
yeah,
about her?
I've seen her a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah. And she said the N word on stream.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't like. Would you say she actually wanted to do it, and so she deserves to be banned?
Well, I don't believe in deserving. I don't think anyone deserves anything. I don't want her to
Oh,
be
okay.
banned for doing it, but
Should like okay, so if Sweet Anita says the N word on stream,
mm-hmm,
or like if I said the N word on stream,
mm-hmm.
would you consider these two the same?
It depends. Like because it's not like she couldn't do it on purpose, right?
Yeah,
Right, but I'm
but
assuming like when she
like
does
you
it,
kind of know she doesn't, right?
it's
Like
like a
because of the
reflex or an impulse or whatever that some
yeah,
part of her brain
like
has, right? And
the
and
more she shouldn't say something, the more like that other part of her brain wants to
yeah,
do it, right?
the other part of her brain doesn't want to do it, and for whatever
And the
reason
other
fails to
part won,
override.
so she chose to say the N word on stream.
I mean, some part of her brain did choose to do it. Yeah.
So should should the consequences for her and the consequences for me be the same?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Why not? Because if you did it, I would think you were flouting the rules on purpose. Whereas when she does it, I think the part of her brain that wants to do it,
Mm-hmm.
it is a part that probably has no awareness of whether it's breaking the rules or not. Or it's like only like loosely connected to it, right?
But she chose to do it.
Mhm. Okay, look, yeah. So I think of this almost like what if you brought a baby onto your stream and a
Mm-hmm.
baby just shouted the N word? Should you be banned for it? And I don't think you should, because the baby just doesn't know anything, right? And there's a part of her brain that, that just says stuff the way that like a baby would. It doesn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
but if you knew that your baby was going to be screaming the N word and you brought that
Oh,
baby
and then
on
you
to
like
stream,
brought it on purpose. Well, then I think you've got a different situation. Yeah.
she knowing she has Tourette's, she might say the N word, but she went on stream anyway.
Yeah. So
So should she be punished the same as someone who like trying to be edgy says the N word?
no, I don't think so. Because like what we're asking of the two different people is different, right? So in one case, we'd be asking the person like, just don't try to be that edgy to the point where you're going to say this. Don't flout the rules, or don't bring on your baby that's going to scream obscenities. Like these are, I think these are like pretty reasonable things to ask people to do. But in Sweet Anita's case, like if you want her to not be swearing and saying the N word on stream, like the only way that she can do that is to just not ever be on stream at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's not able to like she doesn't have the same like neurological stuff going on that the rest of us have, right? And
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't know when she goes on stream like that she's gonna say the N word or not, right?
She could just choose not to.
She could just choose not to stream, right?
She could just choose not to say the N word.
Yeah, I mean that's yeah. Whatever part of her brain is wanting to say it could decide not to, but that's not a part that's receptive to the rules of Twitch.
Yeah,
And
and
we can't make it be no matter what consequences we impose on her.
yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to understand is why you would consider her to be making the choice to say the N word,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time be like she doesn't really have the choice.
No, I'm not saying she doesn't really have the choice.
Because if she did have a choice, she could choose not to,
No, okay. I mean,
right?
like, so this is gonna like result to some ambiguity about like what is a choice, right? Because I do not believe in free will. I actually do believe in neither free will nor determinism. I think they're both incoherent. But to say that
I
somebody
mean,
has
wholesale, yeah, probably. I would agree with that. Yeah.
okay, so then when you talk about somebody has a choice, like I'm trying to just interpret this like a relatively colloquial way, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And I think for what most people would probably say is that Sweet Anita does not have a choice really about whether she's screaming obscenities or not, and that you probably do. I mean, maybe you have
Yeah, and like
undiagnosed Tourette's that's going to make you just start screaming
yeah,
the N word 5 minutes from
and
now,
that
and we've just never seen it before. But like,
yeah, like I could have Tourette's and not know about it, right? Like it's just a very mild case, and something like midstream kind of triggers, and I start saying the N word, and like maybe retroactively we find out, but like that's not the conversation here, right?
right. It's Sweet Anita versus like just you or me saying the N
Yeah,
word, right?
like making a conscious choice to say the N word
Yeah.
versus like a condition where like you could argue there is some amount of choice, but like you're also conceding she doesn't have the same amount of uh
Well, it's not
autonomy
amount
over
of
what
choice.
she
I mean,
says.
I think she has a different neurological process going on than
Hmm.
we have. But like,
But like she can't choose not to say the N word.
but part
Is
of her brain can, but it's not the part that you can engage with, but by having conversations with her and imposing rules on her.
okay. So would you say if she could, she would choose not to say the N word? As in, like, Sweet Anita, I guess the entity, not necessarily every single part of her neurological uh, function, I guess. I'm not super read up on, like, how the brain works, but yeah.
So, sorry, your question was if she could choose not to, would she? That was your question?
Yeah. Like, if she could choose not to say the N word, do you think she would make the choice not to say the N word?
Well, I mean, we
Like, like if you asked her, "Hey, Sweet Anita, do you want to say the N word on stream or not?"
no, I think she would say no, I don't want to.
Hmm.
Right. So this is like this is
But then
because
would you go on to say, I think you're lying. I think a certain part of you does want to."
uh, no, but that's two different claims, right? One is whether she's lying or not, and the other one is whether there's a part of her that does want to. And I believe one of those things is not the other one. I don't think she's lying if she says she doesn't want to say the N word, but I do believe there's a part of her brain that wants to say the N word and produces it. You know?
Yeah. Okay. So, like, I mean, you could argue that everyone to a certain extent does kind of want to say the N word, right?
Uh,
There.
I guess everybody who knows the word is capable of having an impulse to do it, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like if that tiny part of you that does want to say it cannot be suppressed in the case, like, such as in the case of Tourette's, right?
Oh man,
Like you
we've already got problems, but go ahead.
uh, I mean no, like if we have problems with this, like we need to address them, because if we move forward, everything we move forward is gonna be like hampered by the problem you have now.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been having for like the last half hours. We've been hampered by that problem. So
Oh, yeah, okay, so I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I guess that's kind of like why I wanted to get off of like immutable characteristics of the brain, because like we kind of uh there are so many arguments for, against, and like I don't know if we can say for 100% certain which one it is, right?
whether you're saying like whether she does or doesn't have a choice, is that what you're saying?
Or just mental conditions in general. Like we don't know enough about it to say this is immutable, this is not immutable.
I think I'm okay with
Take someone
saying
with borderline, for example. Like
Mhm.
you can get better, right? Like it is treatable.
It's
And
treatable,
so
but it's not curable. So I'm okay with calling it an immutable characteristic, and the same thing with Sweetenitas Tourette's syndrome. I'm okay with calling that
mhm.
an immutable characteristic.
Yeah, but like someone who just wants to say it randomly, like even if there's no diagnosable thing, you're still saying there are mitigate like their upbringing could have uh made them be a lot more okay with saying the N word, and so like they should also be protected.
No, I
Is
didn't say they should be protected. No, no, I'm saying that somebody who um, does a certain behavior
mm-hmm.
is has gotten to
Yeah,
that
everyone
point.
has reasons. Everyone has reasons for what they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like whether or not those reasons are like within their, I guess, general power to stop.
Okay.
So like in Sweet Anita's case, like I don't think she would say the N-word on stream if she could choose not to. There might be a tiny part of her that does want to say it, but
Well,
in
there
general, I
obviously
don't
is
think.
because she's doing it.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like and so, but like to say she chose to say it means that she had a choice not to say it, right? And if she made the choice to say it instead of not say it, then I think then that the same punishments should apply.
So you wait. So you actually do want her to be banned?
No, I'm saying if I bought into your way of thinking, then I would,
Okay. Why is that? Why would you?
because she chose to do it.
What
She
is
could have
that
chosen not
like?
to
That
do
that
it
doesn't explain why you'd want her to be banned.
because there are Twitch rules, right?
Uh huh.
And she chose to break those rules.
Uh huh.
So if you choose to break the rules, you probably should be banned.
The Twitch rules don't say anything about choice.
Yeah, but like they did make an exception, right? So initially she did get
Yeah.
banned. And she explained her situation and they reversed the ban.
Mm-hmm. And you think that I wouldn't
I
want
I
this?
think they
Why?
made the right choice.
Yeah, I agree that they made the right choice. So I don't understand why you think that
But
I.
if no no, so if I buy into your way of thinking that she chose to say it,
Okay, then
then
what?
I would say she should have still been banned.
Okay, but I don't understand why. Like I still don't get it.
Well, like if I choose to say the N word,
Uh huh.
should I be banned?
Like it
Like it's
contingently
against
on
the
us.
rules.
Like if we assume that there should even be a rule against saying the N word, then probably yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
Which
why
I
not? Why
think
not
I
Sweet Anita?
probably agree with, but I put a lot of thought into that.
Yeah, but like why me and not Sweet Anita?
Um, why is because um, she's there's no way she could know ahead of time whether she's gonna say it or not. Right? If she goes on stream, she's taking a risk every time she does that she might
Mm-hmm.
say the N word, and it's like a significant risk, right? Like if she goes on stream,
Sure.
like I don't know what the probability of her saying the N word on any given stream is, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's some pretty significant risk that she's got to accept if she ever wants to go on stream at all, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now, if you look at the same thing is true for you and me as well. Like you and I also don't know that we're not going to have a random outburst where we shout the N word, right? But I
Sure.
think we have good reason to think that there's like a very low probability of that, right?
Yeah. And I would say if you're not tempering yourself, right? Like if you're just like if we're chatting and like just because like let's just say we use the N-word all the time in real life and we hop on stream, it might slip out, right? Because we're so used to saying it.
For someone, yeah.
Yeah, I this hypothetically, not like we. I'm not saying we are doing this, But like hypothetically, if we were to be using the N word in real life all the time, we could hop onto
Sure, then
stream.
that person is going to
It
be at
might slip out, right?
higher risk of using it accidentally than you or I would
Yeah,
be. Yeah.
and like but like one could argue that
Mm-hmm.
like or like I would argue that like you did have a choice to say it or not say it. You were just not I guess uh tempering yourself enough. You weren't paying attention to what you were saying enough.
Yeah, so that's not any different between you or me or Sweet Anita, right?
I think it's much much harder for someone with Tourette's to not say something.
Yeah, I agree. It is, but but if your delineation is whether they have a choice or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, is it your take that she doesn't have a choice and we do? Is that what you think?
I would say yes.
Okay. How do you tell, like in general, whether somebody has a choice to behave the way they behave?
I think you can kind of, I mean, you can't draw like a specific line, but there's a general rule of thumb that you can use, right? Like,
What's
so
that?
someone with, well, like someone with Tourette's,
Uh
you
huh.
wouldn't really hold them to the same standard as you would like someone without when they say like something crazy, right?
I'm not sure what you mean when you say hold them to the same standard.
So like
I mean that like I have different information about the two different people, and it's gonna like affect the way that I interpret their behavior. Like if that's all you mean, then sure.
yeah, so you have you watched like compilations of like the crazy stuff that Sweet Anita says?
No, I've seen her a couple times. I think I watched her talk to Dr. K. I
Mm.
that's the only one I remember. But I think I've seen her maybe one or two other times outside of that.
Yeah, so like she says some things that might be considered pretty offensive
Mm-hmm.
if a normal person were to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But like at least me, I give her a lot more charitability because I believe she has Tourette's.
Mm-hmm.
Like she could be faking it
They could be
and
faking
like
it or whatever. Yeah.
like I mean we don't know, right? But
Yeah.
like there's enough body of evidence for me to believe that she has Tourette's, and because I have that belief, then I give her a lot more charitability for the crazy things that she says.
Okay.
Because I don't believe she is like making like a rational decision to say those things.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is.
So like
I,
okay, so like in the hypothetical of the people who say the N-word all the time in real life and it slips out on stream.
mm-hmm.
Um do you think they should be afforded the same level of charitability as Sweet Anita?
No.
Why not?
Because the rule affects them differently. Because the rule of like not saying slurs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If we impose that rule on Sweet Anita, like that's effectively a don't ever
Yeah, her
go.
career's done.
Yeah, her career's done. She can never go on Twitch again, basically,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the same thing just isn't true for the, you know, for the other person. So
But
that's why
like
we don't need to
it,
make an
it
exception for the rule to for the other person because it just affects them the way that we normally expect it to affect anyone.
yeah, but like if they're making like would you say they're making the same level of conscious decision to say the N word?
Oh, as Sweet Anita,
Yeah.
like assuming that they just say it accidentally out of habit,
Mm-hmm.
then I would say like I mean they're making like it's a different process, but yeah I would say it's like it, conscious decision. Like I like again I don't know what you mean by that, but it, like I don't think that. I mean, if they do it accidentally, then that's not
So
any more of
like
like a rational choice than what Sweet Anita is doing.
so should they be like should they be given the same amount of charitability? And if not,
Like
what's the
charitability meaning
difference?
like leniency by the rules
Yeah.
enforcement. No, because no, because the rule doesn't like affect them significantly differently than it affects you or me. But it does affect Sweden significantly differently than it
But
affects.
if the same level of rational decision is put into saying the N word in both situations,
Yeah, I don't think
then
that matters.
it will affect them the same way.
No.
Why not?
Well, okay. You know what? Like, if you went to like a super extreme example, then maybe it would.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody who's just like constantly slipping up and just like every 20 minutes, oops, I said the N word. Then maybe
Mm-hmm.
that person is going to be affected the same way as Sweet Anita. Yeah.
Yeah, but like so like it's not a three strikes kind of um policy, right? So like you can say the N word once and you're done forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if they're making the same level of conscious choice
Mm-hmm.
to say the N word,
Right.
I think they should be punished the same.
Okay, I don't think so because the rules don't say anything about conscious choice.
Yeah, but but if we're going by the rules, then
Uh-huh.
regardless of why Sweet Anita says the N word, she said the N word and she should
Yeah.
be banned.
If we were going strictly by the rules, then Sweet Anita should be banned. Yes.
Yeah, but like
But that's not what I want
we
to do.
kind of have like yeah, so we afford a little bit more charitability to Sweet Anita, right?
Yes, and we do it in spite of the rules, not because of them.
Yes. But
Yeah.
why?
Why? Because to do otherwise would completely remove her from the platform, and I think that that's a net negative.
But like you would be completely removing the other person from the platform as well.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that that's a net negative for for a person who just habitually says the N word for some, because that's their, I don't know, whatever. Like they just grow up in a town where people say the N word all the time or something like that. Like, yeah.
I mean, like people do say the N word all the time purposefully on stream, and like they can get away with it.
Like black people can get away with it, sure.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the rules that says only black people can say the N word.
You know what? I think we better look up the rules and see if that's like I know in terms of like de facto the way they enforce it. That I know that's right. Like they definitely do let black people get away with it, but like, um, let me look up what is there.
I could be mistaken if they amended it. Like, but I'm pretty sure in the original rules they were not allowed to. But like they did it anyway, and Twitch was like, "Well, we can't ban minorities for saying the N, like black people for saying the N word."
Okay, so so here's what I found. It says, we acknowledge that some slurs have a history of reclamation or colloquial use to indicate belonging to certain groups or communities. While these terms are traditionally tied to identity, we do not believe that Twitch is or should be in a position to determine an individual's identity. After consultation with a number of diversity and inclusivity academics, we have decided to allow the use of some terms that may otherwise be viewed as slurs so as not to alienate or limit the expression of communities on Twitch. However, we still prohibit slurs when used in an explicitly hateful or targeted manner. This is not a perfect solution, but we think it is the best option to ensure that Twitch is a truly inclusive space.
Okay, so what about Hispanics?
What do you mean?
Traditionally they, well, like so, like the history of Hispanic people saying the N word.
I don't know almost anything about that. Like, what's your question about it?
Oh, in the before times, Hispanic people were counted amongst the black people, and so they were allowed to, like, socially allowed to use the N word.
On Twitch?
No. In the before times. So historically, there is Hispanic people using the N word because they were counted amongst the black people.
So we're talking
like
about
my question would be if
like which historical time and place are we talking about?
Um, not quite sure. I'm thinking 60s or 70s ish, 80s. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know anything about this.
Okay, then never mind.
I know the origin of the N word comes from like the Portuguese
Yeah,
word
yeah,
for
yeah,
the,
yeah,
but
yeah. Yeah, like that's. I mean
my
that's
myopic
that's
says
a
literally
separate.
now. He says Hispanic people got the pass now. Hispanic people are allowed to say it. I think he's wrong. I think
On Twitch, absolutely wrong.
mm-hmm.
Like Hispanic people cannot say the N word.
Yeah, I know.
Socially, I think it's still 50-50. There are, like, if you're in a Hispanic community, you might hear a lot more than you would a random Hispanic person saying the
I'm not
N
sure
word
if
in,
I've
like,
ever heard it in my life, and I grew up in Southern California, which is like 40% Hispanic or something. Like I
really.
don't know if I've ever heard a Hispanic. I mean, maybe I have. I don't know. Like I don't remember it though.
Uh, um, I mean, sure, that's fair. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I've no idea. But where were you going with that though? What was the point about Hispanic people saying that?
well, no, because like under that definition, then Hispanics should be able to say the N word on Twitch.
Because you think it's like an important part of their culture or something? Is that the
Well,
argument
no,
for it,
because
or like?
historically they have been allowed to say it.
But that's not what the policy. I mean, I guess it kind of does, but not really. I mean, it says they have a history of reclamation or colloquial use to indicate belonging to certain groups or communities, but they don't belong to that group unless they are
Well,
also
no,
black.
that's why I'm saying like before Hispanic became an actual like different category in the U.S., they were counted amongst the black people, so they were part of the quote unquote black community in America.
Wait, what? I the,
But yeah, like in like the demographics,
I don't
like they
think
weren't
this is
white,
true.
they weren't white, they weren't Asian.
I think this is not true. I've never heard of Hispanic people being counted as black just by virtue of being Hispanic. And I'm not sure what's the relevance of this, even if it's true. What is
No,
like
yeah,
therefore
it was just
Twitch
something I thought about, like
Twitch should
when
let
they were
them.
explaining it, I was like, this could also cover the historical use by Hispanic people, but
So
I don't agree with it now, like
okay,
because they aren't counted amongst black people anymore because they have their own category.
okay, yeah, I don't know if it's true that they ever were, but like supposing it is true, like I still don't. Yeah, I would agree. I don't want to just like let them, you know, let people say the N word on Twitch because I mean by the way I'm Hispanic. Right, like I
Yeah,
was raised by my grandfather who's Mexican,
mhm.
so now I have the N word pass.
Yeah.
I,
So but like there are like lighter skinned Hispanic people and there
yeah.
are like darker skinned Hispanic people,
So
right? So the
yeah,
lighter skinned Hispanic people were probably considered amongst the white people. But like because Hispanic is kind of like a more diverse than black or white, right?
is I don't even know what you mean by that. Like maybe.
Like Hispanic people can be anywhere between white and black,
Oh,
right?
just in terms of like skin tone.
Just by Hispanic
I mean, black
can
people
be
can also be
can be
very light
white
or very
passing, can be black passing, right?
but black people can also be very light or very dark.
I mean, technically, I guess sure. If you're like, uh, I don't know if we want to go into like the one drop rule, but sure.
Um, I don't know. Like I feel like we're way off on a tangent now at this point.
Sure. But like, okay, like let's try and get back on topic with the immutable characteristics.
Yeah. Okay.
And maybe instead of going, cause like going on, maybe like maybe going into the mental aspects might have not been the correct thing because it's very subjective at this point. Like we don't really know what's immutable, what's not immutable, right?
Yeah, and like starting to talk about like whether your personality is immutable, like
Sure. So let's just say like race.
okay.
Uh like should race be a protected class? Like should
Yes,
you
but
be able
yes, but
but like you also
not because it's immutable though.
then why?
Because racism has a bunch of shitty effects on our society, and we want to put a stop to it. And I think that would be true whether race is immutable or not. Like if transracialism becomes a big thing, and it eventually becomes the case that people can opt out of being the race that they are, that still wouldn't change my opinion on racism being bad, and that we shouldn't allow people to discriminate based on it.
Yeah, but like at that point, like if we allow for racialism, then
Mm-hmm.
we're going to have the same racism, but it's just gonna be about aesthetic looks, right? Like it won't be quote unquote about race. It'll be
Yeah,
like
maybe, but I mean, the point is that like, if it's not immutable, that doesn't change my opinion on whether it should be allowed or not.
sure.
Like, if we live in a world where race is not an immutable characteristic, racism is still bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean like I wouldn't argue against that.
Yeah. Okay.
But like when we're trying to choose what to protect, what not to protect, right?
Uh huh.
Like there is racism, we don't want racism, right?
Yeah.
Um
So
and
I
so
think
like
I think that's why we make race a protected class, is to combat racism and like, combat the bad effects of it. I don't think it has anything to do with whether it's immutable or not.
I guess um
Bockel's telling me to say the N word.
I mean you are Hispanic.
Yeah, that's right.
You
Solemn
can
says
do
that
it.
that Hispanic people have the pass to say the N word, and like
Well, I mean I wouldn't consider them to have the pass anymore because they have their own category. They're not considered amongst the black folk. And to be honest, I probably don't think you would have been considered amongst the black folk anyway.
yeah, I
Uh,
don't think so either. But like but like I'm technically Hispanic, so like
yeah, no, no. So back in the day when there were like European Hispanic people versus like South American Hispanic, like you had a very different like skin tone to you. Like you probably were considered like different even though you're technically Hispanic today.
yeah. I mean, you were saying that this might have been true in the 1980s. I mean, I was alive in the 1980s. I mean, sure, I was a child, but had like imagine me as a 7-year-old child just saying the N word and be like no, dude, it's cool. I've got the pass.
I mean, you wouldn't. Uh But like say uh for instance like Mexican people
Uh huh. I mean,
are
I'm
quite a bit
Mexican.
dark or well I mean like are you 100% Mexican?
No. I'm mixed.
Hmm.
I was
But
raised
like
by my Mexican family though.
yeah, I think it's more about the skin tone. Whether or not you would have been accepted to say it or not.
Okay, so like depending on whether I how much of a tan I have at the time, I could say it.
Yeah, I mean like so
I can go to
like
the
a
tanning
couple months
bed
ago
and like walk out with the N word pass.
like a couple months ago I met this person in Erudite's Discord
Hmm.
and they looked white as fuck. They looked like, super white, like they had a Drew fro and everything.
Hmm.
Um but like they had they they were from Puerto Rico, and they said they had some black in them, and they were saying the
Okay.
N-word. And
Okay.
like I was like, really? Like, I mean, technically they have black in them. Um, but like kind of like the one drop rule, right? Like if you have a single drop of black in you, you're black.
So
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro.
yeah, so Doobie took a 23andMe test and says that he's 6% black. So does he get the pass?
I mean, I guess technically he would have have 6% of the pass, right?
Oh, he does. He can say 6% of the word. He can just start to go. And
Oh man.
I'm
Yeah. So
a quarter Mexican, but so if Mexicans get the pass, then I can go like. Nip.
yeah, you can 25%. You can say the N and like half of the I. Oh man, that's a hmm.
Does it always have to be the first one quarter? Because like if I say different quarters at different times, I could like piece it together.
It depends on which quarter skin you are. Is it the first quarter? Is it the last quarter?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I guess going back to immutable characteristics. Like I think it's a heuristic. I don't think it's it's the end all be all for your decision whether or not something should be protected.
Yeah. Is there
right?
any case? Is there any case where you think a class should be protected because it's immutable?
Well, that's why like most of these conversations kind of go into like the mental, because like when someone is physically a certain way, like there are certain things that like you can say yes or no. It's kind of easy, right? Like the amputee, for example. Like you would if they couldn't do their job as well as like someone with all their extremities, right? Like
Right.
they like being discriminated against
Like
probably
you
has a
probably
certain
shouldn't.
amount of merit, right?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't be a firefighter if you have no arms or something. Yeah.
Yeah, or like if you have no hands, you maybe can't be a secretary. Like,
Unless you can like prove that you can do it or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, like at that point,
Like they're gonna have an extra burden of proof on them to demonstrate that they can do the job that other people
like,
wouldn't.
so I
Yeah.
think we can agree with like physical, which is why like a lot of times the conversation goes into like mental things. But like I guess if we're going by like everything could be anything, then it's gonna be really hard to have that conversation.
How about age? Do you consider age to be an immutable characteristic?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Can we agree that it's sometimes okay to discriminate on age?
I mean, we do all the time, right?
I know we do, but that's a different question from what I'm asking.
Like you can't have sex with 6-year-olds.
Yeah, and that's a
And
good thing,
the
right?
6-year-old can't be like, hey, I feel like an adult, because like all kids want to be like grown-ups, right? Like you can't be like, oh, this person identifies as a grown-up, so therefore,
Well, right.
like,
So like if
we probably wouldn't agree with that. Yeah.
right. And choosing to not like allow a 6-year-old to drive a car, the 6-year-old can't come back with like, no, you're discriminating on my immutable characteristics. Like this is not a persuasive argument, right?
Yeah, and like kind of the same thing with like older people, right? Like when you get older, certain like your body starts to kind of deteriorate, and like if like, and to be fair, there are people who don't deteriorate as fast as other people. So like if
Yeah.
someone's 70, for example,
So
and
like
you're like, well, I don't want to hire you because you probably have Alzheimer's.
yeah, but
Like,
the thing is, like,
you know?
discriminating on somebody because of their health conditions is not the same as discriminating because of their age, right?
I mean, no. But like, if you don't have Alzheimer's, they're like, hey, you're 70, therefore you might have
And then they
Alzheimer's.
just infer that maybe you do
Yeah,
because of how
yeah,
old you are. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah. Kind of like how like people were like, oh, like the big argument against Bernie is that he's old, therefore he can't run the country.
Yeah, well,
And
how
then
about this? Like maybe their reason it doesn't isn't anything to do with Alzheimer's. What if it's just like, well, we want to hire somebody who's going to stay with our company for a long time, and we're not confident that you're still going to be around in 20 years, so that something like
yeah,
that.
and like I think that would be fair, right?
Yeah, I got a question from a chatter. The chatter says, "Is the U.S. in the U.S. I think he means, you
Mhm.
need to be 35 to run for president. Is that a good age, and what's the reason for 35?"
I would say yeah. Honestly, I think it should be higher.
You would not want to allow a 35-year-old to be president,
I would be a lot more comfortable with a 40-year-old running the country than a 35-year-old running the
and
country.
you're not okay with letting the voters decide whether this particular 35-year-old is okay.
No,
Like
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
okay,
Like tech like because like they say you have like basically your brain is still forming until you're what 25ish, mid 20s.
that's what people
And
always
then
say. I don't know
like
like
yeah, that people say it and people I trust say it. People who are like for more brain expertise than me.
I'm not sure
Uh
I trust them, but let's go with it for now. So,
yeah, like
wait.
I mean like you could like I mean you can probably see that like you probably make better decisions or you better cognitive functions at 25 than at like 18, right? Or 20 even.
I think so, probably.
And like I mean to be fair, we don't really I don't really know because I haven't studied this, but I don't know if it's like because you had more life experience or whether your brain is actually more developed or whatever. But yeah, like I think if you have like to a certain extent when you're around 30 to like and 30 and on, I think you'd kind of have the same state of mind and your your differences will probably be made by like learning new things.
Okay, so to some degree, this is like an anti-democratic rule, though, right? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
saying that even if the
absolutely.
voters want a 31
Like
year
if the
old to be
country
president,
wanted a 6-year old, we probably wouldn't allow it, right?
right? Like
Even
it's
if all the entire country wanted this 6-year old to run the country.
right. So like I guess the idea for 35 is, man, like obviously they wouldn't have thought of it that way at the time. I
Mhm.
guarantee you in the 1700s they were not saying like, oh, your brain finishes developing at 25. Like they definitely weren't
Well,
thinking that.
I think maybe the rationale is that like you become an adult, you at least work towards um like creating a life for yourself, and by 35 you can kind of see if this person is successful or not, and you probably don't want an unsuccessful person to be running the country, right?
Oh, that's actually like a pretty good argument for it. I think that if you give somebody enough time in their adult life to produce evidence that they're
Hmm.
qualified, then
Yeah,
that makes some sense.
yeah, and that's why like I think like I would be a lot more comfortable with like a 40-year-old running the country than a 35-year-old, but I wouldn't say I would oppose a 35-year-old because they're 35 and not 40. Like
Wait,
if a
that sounds
35-year-old.
contradictory to me.
Well, no. So like I like if they were like if they had the same platform, like everything was identical except for their age,
Uh
I
huh.
would probably go for the 40-year-old.
Okay, so but if that's true, then that means you might actually oppose someone a 35-year-old because they're 35.
I mean, to a certain extent, sure,
Okay.
but I wouldn't say carte blanche. Like if I agreed, like let's just say if uh who would be about 35. like let's just say if there was AOC versus like Pete Buttigieg,
Uh-huh.
and for example, let's say Pete Buttigieg would be 40 and AOC would be 35. I'd probably vote for AOC.
Oh, AOC is 32. I just looked it up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know how old Pete is.
I'm
Probably
about
around the
to look
same,
that
right?
up. He's 40.
Oh, okay. So I guess kind of close enough. But like I would probably always vote for AOC over Pete Buttigieg.
Okay. Do you think there should be a maximum age?
No.
Okay.
I'm also kind of against term limits, but that's a separate, or maybe separate conversation.
That's a conversation I'd be interested to have, but I sort of feel like it would turn into a big tangent that we don't.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
That's why I was just like, I it's kind of like in the same ballpark, but like let's leave it for now.
yeah, so my chatter says, I'm confused why exactly people find more value in aged, and I'll tell you, for me, it's a combination of a couple things. Like one is that I want them to have sufficient like life experience as an adult,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
secondly is because I want the voters to be able to have enough information on that person to decide whether they think they're qualified or not, and younger people just haven't had enough life behind them to produce evidence that they're going to be a good or bad candidate.
yeah. Like just a personal anecdote. Um, like after the like kind of in between 2016 and 2020, like I was in my kind of late 20s.
Hmm.
uh i was I basically went like pretty far left. I was almost an accelerationist,
Okay.
and this is with like all my like with my like life experience, all that stuff. I'm like like this will probably be good, but then like nothing about my particular life changed. I just learned a lot more about like politics and stuff. And like by the time I became 30, like around the 2020 election,
So you
I
feel like you
way
became a
way mellowed out.
like more that makes sense. And just
Like
anecdote.
I had more time to learn things because like I mean started getting into politics. I mean like so I dated a poli sci major when I was like 22 for like a couple of years. So she started getting me into like very loose politics, like the Daily Show kind of politics. Um, and then like 2016 rolled around, and then I started actually getting very interested in American politics. And then like a couple years later, like I became very fanatical, maybe. Um,
Hmm.
like kind of almost radical, like you know, accelerationism. Like what the fuck, right?
Hmm.
But you know, like my life didn't really change because like I'm not in America. Um, but like just learning, like giving me time to learn more about things, highly changed my like perception of things. And like to be fair, a lot of people don't change, which is fair. But like you've been able to give that body of reference to the voter. So
Um,
I think yeah, like again, taking the 25 your brain is complete completed forming or whatever argument, uh giving it an extra like like giving you 15 years of experience versus like 10 years of experience, I think is probably pretty a good thing.
Here, I want to read what Bockel put in my chat. He found some
Hmm.
historical quotes about this. So here's what
Hmm.
Bockel said. Found on Google. The one discussion of note involved two important founders, James Wilson, a future Supreme Court justice, and George Mason, a constitutional dissenter. Mason, who was
Hmm.
62 years of age, argued that a requirement of 25 years of age was needed for the House because of his own experience. Mason said, if interrogated, he would be obliged to declare that his political opinions at the age of 21 were too crude and erroneous to merit an influence on public measures. So that's very similar to what you just said. And then the second
Yeah.
part of Wilson, who was 45 years of age, said that any age limit on serving in public office would damp the efforts of genius and of laudable ambition. There was no more reason for incapacitating youth than age, where the requisite qualifications were found. Wilson pointed to William Pitt the Younger, who served as British Prime Minister at the age of 24, and Lord Bolingbroke, who served in Parliament in his early 20s. So, yeah, there you go. There's a little bit.
I would argue for certain like public offices in general. I think once you're an adult, you should be eligible. But for like for things like the president, when you are the one person, there's no real checks and balances on. I mean, there kind of is, but not really, right?
They're supposed to be.
Well, I mean, the check is Congress, right?
Congress and the Supreme Court, yeah, and the fact that they have to run for re-election.
Yeah. But like, I think, yeah, I think like you have an argument for the second term because you have 4 years of like proving yourself, right? But like, would you give that 4 years of proving yourself to someone who might not be like to someone who might not be well tempered?
Well, I hope not.
And like you of course one never knows, right? Like one could, like, I mean, fucking Trump, for example.
I was about to say, I think we did that with Trump. Yeah.
I wouldn't consider Trump to be exemplary of like a 70-year-old dude.
Yeah, I think he was like 72 when he took office, maybe something like that.
Yeah, and so like I mean, but like people voted and it was within the rules, so you know, what can you do? But like, I don't know, like I would say for something like the mayor, it's a lot different because you know the people, right?
Okay. By the way, Trump
like,
was 70 when he was first sworn in. Yeah, just and then finished
on the money. Perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, like for smaller things, I think, and like maybe even House of Representatives. I think once you're 18, you should be eligible.
I think it's actually 25. I gotta look that one up.
It's less than the presidency for sure.
Yeah, it's for sure less than the presidency.
All I know is you have to have been living in the U.S. for 7 years to be a senator or something.
You have to be a current inhabitant. You have to have been a citizen for 7 years, and you have to be at least 25 years old.
Yeah. But yeah, like I don't think there should. I mean, 25 is probably okay. Like if an 18-year-old were to be voted into House of Representatives, I would actually say that's probably fine because there's like the other couple hundred people, right? Like you have a massive check on that person. Whereas like because like at least right now the president seems to be able to do a lot of stuff before the like Congress or Supreme Court pushback comes into effect.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the executive orders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think, like, I mean, like when you're creating laws and stuff, like there's like the veto and then there's the veto. I don't know. I forget what it's called. Yeah. Like, you know, like there is some checks for like the big decisions, but like the day-to-day running of the country like does not go through Congress, right?
How does all that stuff work in Japan, by the way? Like with the age limits on holding office?
I don't fucking know. Like,
man, so I gotta look up this stuff about your own country.
Yeah, because like, so that's why I like American politics so much, and I fucking hate Japanese politics, is because the people aren't really motivated to do anything in Japan. like they're motivated to keep the status quo. So like people who are trying to get big changes are like they have a like a monumental uh like effort ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so like yeah,
So
it's pretty discouraging to be into politics in Japan. So I kind of
uh,
stay away from that.
the minimum age is 25 to be prime minister of Japan.
I could be prime minister
You
of
could.
Japan.
Maybe you should be.
I I cannot be ever thanks to federalists. I can never be a president of the U.S., which might be a
Oh,
good
right.
thing.
I,
Because no matter how old I am, I've never born in America. So
I remember there were people wanting Arnold Schwarzenegger to run for president at one point, and he can't because he's originally
yeah,
from Austria.
yeah, which is like, and that's the whole the whole birther movement, right? Like you disagree with someone because they were secretly born in another country.
And
Oh,
and there's been weird issues with other people too, like John McCain, um, technically a U.S. citizen, and he was born in the Panama Canal Zone.
hmm
so so that's that at the time was a United States territory, but it was not
yeah.
actually like part of the United States. You know what I mean? So um,
But doesn't that still qualify you?
yeah, I mean he was allowed to run for
Because you were born a citizen, right?
he was born a citizen. I think the issue was that the Constitution is worded in a way that's a little bit ambiguous about it,
hmm
like because
Or like there are different steps to citizenship, and like I don't know the exact wording of
I think he has
the
to be a
stipulation.
natural born citizen. I think is
Yeah.
the exact wording.
hmm
Hmm.
But like let's just say some like an American marries a Japanese person. Like if
Hmm.
I get married to an American citizen here in Japan and I have a kid in Japan, I think I think that kid is still eligible to be president, right?
No, wait. I'm sorry. Like, if you marry an American and you have a kid and the kid is born in Japan, is that what you're saying?
hmm hmm I'm pretty sure they're still
I don't.
eligible to
I don't know. Isn't
because they're American citizens
wait? Are they?
when they're born. Yeah,
Um, I'm not sure if that's right.
like they're. I'm pretty sure they're still citizens of America.
Um, you know what? I think you're probably right because I think that's what happened with Ted Cruz, right?
Yeah,
Like, but Ted Cruz, he was born to American parents, but he
like in
wasn't born
Canada
in
or
the
something,
United
right?
States, and
Yeah,
I think
that's
you're
why I like
right.
that whole birther thing. They start wilding out.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Obama was born in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
I want to say, yeah. Um, I mean, at that point, I wasn't it. Was it a state?
It
Yeah.
was already a state when he was born. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, like I'm pretty sure if you're born to American citizens, you are an American citizen.
Um,
Until you discard that citizenship.
I think Balko's looking it up, but yeah, I think you're probably right actually. Um, but yeah, if one of your parents is an American citizen, the other's not, and you're not born in the country, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Like I'm pretty sure that would qualify you. Because yeah, that would because like you are natural born. Natural born means when you're born, you are an American citizen, right?
There, well, I think it's ambiguous. I
Well, I mean, like natural born kind of encompasses children born to American citizens plus children born within the bounds of the U.S., right?
that's how they've actually interpreted it. Is basically just like both of those things. Yeah, I think.
But like it's one or
Balko's
the other,
checking
right?
it.
Like it doesn't have to be both, right?
I'm
Like technically, if there's like an illegal immigrant family
yeah.
and their child is born on American soil,
Yeah,
that child can be become president.
this does happen.
Mhm.
Balkel says, as directed by the Constitution, a presidential candidate must be a natural-born citizen of the United States, a resident for 14 years and 35 years of age or older. Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
mean, we
So
we
if the
knew
only
that, but
stipulation is natural born citizen, then I think one or the other qualifies, right?
I think that's correct. Let me
Mm.
see if I can. Um, there's got to be some. Oh, okay. Natural Born Citizen Act defines the constitutional term natural born citizen to establish eligibility for the office of president as one any I just said porn and one any person born. Um, sorry, my browser just did a thing. Okay, it's
Oof.
one, any person born in and subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, and two, any person born outside the United States who derives citizenship at birth from U.S. citizen parents or who is adopted by the age of 18 by U.S. citizen parents who are otherwise eligible to transmit citizenship. Okay, so it's actually even broader
Wow.
than we
Yeah,
thought.
like if you're 17 and you're adopted by Americans, you're still technically a natural born citizen.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wouldn't have
Wow.
thought so, but
Yeah.
apparently that's true. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would have never predicted that.
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like if that ever happens, there's gonna be a big stink about it. I'm pretty sure someone's gonna raise a ruckus over it.
If somebody runs for president on the basis that they were adopted at age 17 by American
Yeah.
parents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
um
But I mean, there was an act of Congress that defined it that way. So
yeah, I mean like it'll be constitutional. I'm thinking they would try and change it moving forward. This would be my guess. Because it would still be constitutional at this point.
do you
Like
think?
they have. I don't think you can retroactively disqualify someone, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, like that'd be stupid. That's like the whole birther thing is like trying to retroactively disqualify someone from being the president. It's just like, yeah. I mean, you had your chance before they got elected, right?
hmm
I mean, technically, if it were to be found out that they actually were swindling the system, I think they would be impeached or something. But like, it wouldn't be like the other candidate would win. It would just be their VP would become the president, right?
I think that's probably right. I mean, I mean, it is possible for them to impeach the VP as well. But
And then I guess the Speaker of the House would become president.
hmm
Basically, in no situation would the other candidate become president. Would be my point,
hmm
unless they were in the chain of command or the chain of succession.
Balkel says you have to be 18 to apply for citizenship if you're not from birth.
Unless you were adopted, right? Like
Yeah,
if you are
apparently, because
adopted,
they're
yeah,
not like applying for citizenship. I
yeah. Like
guess.
you're like they're not applying. The parents are applying.
I I guess. Yeah, I don't even know
Yeah.
if they probably have to do some kind of application. I don't know.
Yeah, but like if you want to apply by yourself, I don't think like if someone at like 16 runs away from their country, goes to America, wants to become a citizen, I don't think they can by themselves.
hmm Um. Okay, so I know you said your thing about like that immutable characteristics should just be like a
Mhm.
heuristic to determine what's a protected class, but I think I still haven't gotten an answer from you yet about like, do you think it's ever the case that that protected classes should be protected because they're immutable? Like, is there any case of that?
Well, like I think immutable characteristics being protected is a shorthand for behavior that we don't want to have, right?
Is it?
Like again with yeah, like with the racism thing, right? Like we want to not have racism, but like we have prejudice for like all sorts of other things, right?
Yeah, but I don't take that to be the meaning of immutable characteristics. I take that to be the meaning of like any behavior that we outlaw is a behavior that we don't want to have, and that would be true regardless of
But
whether or not it was
there
immutable
has to be a
characteristics.
certain reason why we want to outlaw certain behaviors, right?
Yeah, I don't think that reason is ever that they're immutable, that anything to do with immutable characteristics. At least that's not what I want to.
Well, let's just say you have a company
Mm-hmm.
and someone comes to someone comes and applies for the job and you disqualify them for being ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not hiring you because you're ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that that's um do you think that that's okay?
I think that that's okay. No, but I probably don't want to prosecute him for it.
Yeah, no, well, okay, so I think I'm saying like immutable characteristics and stuff like that, like I'm talking more about the social side rather than the legal side.
Right. Okay. So if somebody like discriminates in their
So
friend group,
would I see someone discriminating against something in a bad light or an acceptable light is my kind of um distinction here. So if someone's like hey, we can't hire you because like because you don't like you can't be a secretary because you don't have hands,
uh-huh.
right? Like, I think that that's not okay, right? Because it hampers their job description.
Okay.
Whereas if someone doesn't hire someone for like their race, like let's just say like they're black and they're like, hey, you're black, we don't want you to work as like the front desk person because like most of our clients are racist and
Mm-hmm.
they won't work with us because if we have a black front desk person.
Right. Like they could have
Like,
like a
I can
semi.
understand the reasoning. I can
Yeah.
understand the reasoning, but I still don't think it's okay.
I agree. I still don't want to let them do it,
That
even if they
like
have like a semi-legitimate reason. Yeah.
in practicality, they're still gonna find a certain like they might not even give a reason why they chose someone over the other, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, I mean, they might have actually discriminated against them for their race, but they're never gonna say it.
Well, and they might have done it without even realizing it, right? Like they might just have
Sure.
yeah.
Like just like unconscious biasy, right?
Yeah, maybe. Sure.
But yeah, like I think like it's like when it comes to legal stuff,
Mm-hmm.
it's like I kind of err on the side of caution. So I'm much more loath to like punish someone for possibly discriminating
Mm-hmm.
because unless I know for sure they're discriminating,
Okay.
if a company has like all white people,
Uh-huh.
like how am I to know that like the people who applied for the job who were people of color were just as qualified, right?
Yeah, I mean you can just have like
Like,
statistical
there's
evidence though that
probabilities, but yeah,
like if a large company has 5,000 employees
and no no
and
black
every
people.
single one of them is white, then like
Yeah, but like let's just say you own a restaurant and you have like 20 people
mm-hmm.
and like they're all white. And like I wouldn't be like, oh, the owner is racist.
I'd
Like,
be
I
like
mean,
a
I would be like, like
yeah,
I would give it
I would
some
think
thought,
like
but like I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that they're
I mean, I
racist.
guess it depends a little on context because a restaurant could just be located in a town that's 99% white, and then if they hire 20 white people, it's like not weird.
Yeah,
You know, like a restaurant opens up in Los Angeles and they hire 20 people and they hire like 100% of them are white. I at some like I'm gonna kind of look at
yeah,
that and be like, no way.
yeah, but like theoretically, it could happen that they hired the most qualified people, and the most qualified people were all white.
Yeah, I just don't believe that
Yeah,
that actually
like
happened
the
20 times in a row.
probability probability wise is probably low, right?
Yeah.
But like so like I would kind of shy away from being like, if your company has 100% white people on the payroll, you will be considered racist or whatever. Like I would
Hmm.
probably not agree with that. But like yeah.
Right. I think it would have to be just based on either like based on some kind of evidence that they were
Hmm.
discriminating, and that evidence could either be like statistical, just because they have so many people and they're only like disproportionately hiring some ethnic groups over others. Or it would have to be like some other form of evidence, like if they have a hostile work environment that like internally they're discriminating against women or something like that. Then
Hmm. Yeah. And like
okay,
yeah,
so
I think well
go ahead.
like I think when we pull back kind of big picture, like basically I think the breakdown that we're having is that like when you're looking at something, you're seeing a problematic behavior, and that has nothing to do with whether or not something is immutable, right? Whether or not characteristic is immutable,
Yeah, I think a
right?
lot of the characteristics that we want to protect happen to be immutable, but but the fact that they're
Hmm.
immutable is not why I want to protect them.
Yeah. But like if but like to me, I'm using immutable characteristics as a shorthand to be like like what should we kind of like err towards protecting versus like looking at something more objectively.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
So like just me personally,
Mm-hmm.
um like this is I guess how I act. If I know someone has uh, like a personality disorder,
Mm-hmm.
and they're more likely to act in a way that is not socially acceptable,
Mm-hmm.
I'm more likely to act more charitable to that person than someone who I don't know they have like if I don't know that another person has a disorder or not, like I'm gonna assume that they don't.
So is the idea that the person who doesn't have the personality disorder is therefore going to be more likely to be susceptible to social influences, that you're going to be able to get them to behave well, whereas the person without the personality disorder, you don't think you could do that? Is that the idea?
In a certain sense, yes, I guess.
Okay, so you think like it maybe that's why you think an immutable characteristic matters, is because like it's a
Well, I mean,
matter of
it's just shorthand for like whether or not someone like has, I don't know if you would say full control, but like because like there's a lot of like disorders where if someone had the choice, like if they were making a choice whether or not to do something, they would choose not to do it, but the disorder kind of.
yeah, there's a lot of ambiguity in full control. Like, does an alcoholic have full control over whether they're going to take another drink, that kind of thing?
Yeah. So like if there's an alcoholic,
Mm-hmm.
like if I know someone is an alcoholic and they show up to the if they show up, like if let's just say we schedule a conversation like we did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I showed up drunk
Mm-hmm.
versus if you know I'm an alcoholic and I show up drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I just like, like I've not shown that I'm an alcoholic, right? So if I show up
As
drunk,
far as I know,
you
you're
might
not.
consider it a little bit more like like I didn't um I didn't hold our talk as in like I didn't respect that we were talking as much as you might like if a alcoholic turns up drunk, they're like, I was kind of expecting this, like
Um,
that kind of thing, right?
I'm trying to decide whether I agree with that or not. Maybe. Like okay, I could imagine like the alcoholic person might just not respect the talk and then just got drunk anyway.
Maybe,
But I could
maybe.
but like
Yeah.
perhaps there's like a higher threshold of how much they have to respect it before it overrides their urge to drink, just because the urge to drink is stronger, something like that. Is that
Hmm.
kind of what you mean?
Yeah, but like if we schedule the talk,
Uh
like
huh.
I'm assuming that like if I were to behave in a way that like is not really socially acceptable, where I've not like given you any reason to expect such behavior,
Mm-hmm.
then I think you do kind of look at it a little bit differently than someone who like has a condition where they might where like um it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. um like I think it's kind of like if
Like
I
asking an alcoholic to show up sober is like a bigger ask than asking like someone who's not to show up sober. Is that
um in a way, like if I had a issue with someone being drunk, I probably wouldn't contact an alcoholic to show up in the first place. But yeah, like I think to a certain extent it's kind of more an accept acceptable behavior because of certain circumstances
mm-hmm. More
versus
acceptable because of their certain circumstances?
yeah, like I afford them a little bit more charitability
They get
for
more
like
charitability for being an alcoholic.
for yeah, like if they show up drunk.
Oh, okay. I'm not persuaded that that's a good
Oh,
idea, but
I no no, I'm just saying that's how I work.
okay.
If like
Do you think
versus
that's a good
someone who is
idea?
like, I think so.
Okay, so the point about this was something about people being in control of their actions or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody in my chat says that he's an alcoholic.
And I would afford you, chatter, dear chatter, more charitability than cricket here. So if you
Yeah, I'm
want
not an
to, you
alcoholic,
can
so
hop into my stream and no, I'm just
so
kidding. I'm gonna leech all your alcoholics from your stream.
yeah. Solemn10 will give more charitability to Mr. Muffin. Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know, like of course that charitability does reach like a certain extent. Like if someone like is an alcoholic and like during their lucid moments, they're like super insightful, super interesting, but like every time I ask to chat, it's like a 50-50 whether or not they're like even coherent, you know, to be on stream. I probably would stop inviting them to have a chat, you know? So like there is do afford a little bit more charitability, but then like I afford them more charitability than someone who I don't know is an alcoholic. So like if I invite someone to chat and
Mm-hmm.
they show up drunk, I would like immediately kind of rethink whether or not I want to invite this person on again.
Okay.
Versus like if yeah.
So this is kind of touching. Well, what happened?
Mr. Muffin just came into my stream and said, "Yo, sorry, I was watching the wrong streamer."
He's watching the one who's less charitable to alcoholics. That's right. So now you can hop over and watch.
No, but in all seriousness, I was joking. Please, I do not want to steal viewers from
he,
cricket.
he said
So
he said he's gonna watch both.
please watch both. Please watch both. If if you have to choose one or the other, please watch cricket. Oh, okay, good. He said he's watching both, so that's good.
But anyway, what you were talking about was
like, I would feel really bad if I actually stole viewers off of a joke.
I don't really care, man. I mean, like we're both. I mean, I don't know how many average viewers you get, but my average is like 3. So like
right, same here. Like it's hovering about like 2 to 5 ish. So yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. In any case, like it really doesn't affect me almost at all. Even if you did steal one of my viewers, you.
Yeah, it's more that like I would kind of feel a little bit ticked off if someone did it to me. So
fair enough.
Wouldn't want someone to actually go through with my jokes. Because I want to joke, but like if my jokes are causing people to get pissed off, then I probably wouldn't want to do it.
Man, you got to do a lot more than that to piss me off. I'm pretty even tempered. You got to try harder. Try
like,
harder.
In general, yeah. But yeah. I guess like because like when you go to like discrimination, right? Like basically the reason we would want to protect any group of people is because they're being discriminated against, right?
Probably, yeah.
Because like if they were to be treated kind of the same, I mean I guess when we're talking about like adults, right?
I mean, they're either being discriminated against, or else they're facing some circumstance that's they're coming from a different background that's out of their control or something like that.
Yeah, but like in general, we would want to protect a certain group of people because they're being discriminated against, right?
Most of the time, yeah, but I think there could be...
And so but like what we're fighting against is the discrimination, not the particulars of what they're being discriminated against, right? Generally speaking, I mean, of course, there's certain behaviors that if they harm other people, we would probably want to discriminate against them, right?
Sure, of course. I mean, that's the point of having laws, is to discriminate against certain behaviors, right?
Yeah. But like, so basically, we would want to discriminate against harmful, like, actions that have done harm, or like, to a certain extent, decrease the functioning of a society, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like necessary but not sufficient.
Yeah. But yeah, like which like for legal purposes, right?
Yeah.
Like I think
like there could be harmful behaviors that I would still not want to outlaw, but I think every behavior I want to outlaw is going to be harmful in some way or other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ideally, right? Like there's probably some laws on the books that like someone just got pissed off at another person and banned like a specific behavior. Like there's like this one law in this town somewhere in America where it's like you may not cross state lines while having a chicken on your head or something like that. like something insane.
Yeah, I've heard of like, some weird laws involving livestock and just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but like some of them make sense. So like a friend was like, we were talking about these obscure laws that like don't make any sense, and one of my friends brought up that like in the town that they grew up in, there was a law saying you may not drag a dead horse across Main Street on Sundays. And I'm like, that kind of makes sense, you know? Like on Sundays you might have a lot of traffic because of church, and if you're dragging a dead horse across the street, you're probably going to be holding up traffic for a while. You know?
Sure. I mean, I would have thought that kind of behavior would probably fall under the category of some other law that it would just be illegal.
Well, I mean, you got to get the dead horse across the street at some point, right?
I mean, yeah, it's just like I guess what I'm getting at is like there's probably some law about obstructing traffic or like having dead bodies in public or something, right? Like does it
Well, I,
like it doesn't like I wouldn't think it has to be specifically a horse on Main Street on a Sunday. It's like like
well, no, no, no. But let's just say you have a car crash. You're obstructing the street. Shouldn't be illegal.
you have a car crash, you're obstructing the street. Shouldn't be yeah, not to like do it on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess yeah, like you'd have to kind of specify that it's like like a purposefully blocking the street, right? But if you're dragging a dead horse across the street, you're not purposefully blocking the street, but you
Well,
are blocking the street, and you didn't have to do it at that moment, or that day.
I think there's a safe assumption that you understood when you're doing it that you were blocking the street.
Yeah. But yeah, but I do think that it kind of makes some sort of sense, and it's not just like a personal vendetta against someone doing a random shit thing. Like
No, I
yeah,
don't think I don't think that should matter. I think somebody like if there's a law against dragging a dead horse across the street on a Sunday, then I don't think it should matter whether you're what your reason is for doing it.
yeah, no, that's why I'm saying regardless of what, you need to wait until Monday. you know like
I could just picture somebody at like 11:59 p.m. with their dead horse on the side of the road, just like checking their watch. They're like okay, go. Like,
or if someone on close to midnight on Saturday night, and they're like, oh god, oh god. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think most laws should, I mean, ideally, most laws should have specific reasons, and people should have agreed instead of just petty reasons, right?
yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
But because those do exist, I can't say that all laws are.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course, there
but
are gonna be stupid laws.
I think those should be abolished. But sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Mr. Muffin said, now that this is my show, do you guys know Matt Walsh? Would love to know what you guys think. Is this what is a woman thing? Is that Matt Walsh?
I think so. I've heard about this person. I haven't watched the documentary or I don't know that much about him. It's some right wing commentator, but
yeah. Yeah. If you want to ask or tell us what Matt Walsh would want us to know or to speak on.
It's something something about trans
let
women.
Us know.
I mean, I'm sure we have opinions about trans women, but we're both mostly center left type of people who are mostly pro trans. So, but if you want to ask questions, you can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either. Yeah, of us really fall on the right side of the spectrum on most things.
Mm-hmm.
On some things, probably.
Yeah, not very many,
yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, likely few and far between.
Well, I'm here today arguing against the use of immutable characteristics to form protected classes.
Well, no, but
that's kind of a right.
The thing is, you're still you're still arguing that the same people should be protected, just not because of their immutable characteristics.
I know,
but it's kind of a semantic argument.
No, I know.
The same people would be protected under your idea or my idea. But, yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is kind of philosophically friendly to a lot of right wing people. They would agree with if I just say to them hey, I don't think immutable characteristics should be used to form protected classes. I think a lot of right wing people would agree with me on that. But obviously that's not to say that they would agree with me on what should be a protected class, just on the fact that immutable characteristics are not sufficient.
Well, okay, so the question is like what is a woman, and people couldn't give a solid definition. And
Mm-hmm.
actually, I don't think anyone can give a solid definition.
Yeah,
Like
maybe.
yeah, so like because like you could go to like would a conservative person or a right-wing person say that a trans man is a woman?
I think most of, well, I don't know. Maybe this is changing, but at least, if you asked them that question 10 years ago, you would get yeses.
No, but like if you say this is a trans man, is he a woman? Then they would probably say yes. But if they
Yeah.
saw them walking down the street, they wouldn't say that is a woman.
Assuming that this person is passing, then
Well,
yes.
not even passing. If they were like obviously like trans, then there's certain characteristics of womanhood that they've given up, such that they wouldn't be considered women.
Okay. I mean, I think as soon as you say that, you're already like not sticking to the what the conservative take would
Yeah.
be.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Have you ever heard of conservatives seeing like the blue haired feminist people, like the short blue haired feminist people, and saying that's not a woman?
Um, I don't recall ever having heard them say that.
Oh, I've heard it plenty.
Like they're just
So like
saying like this person must be a trans woman because they're or something.
no
Is that
like
the
no
implication?
saying that they don't consider them to be a woman.
And they're like joking or they're not joking. I don't even know. I don't understand what this is.
Well, like kind of like in the same vein where if you don't act like super manly man, you're considered less than a man, right?
Yeah, but I think when people say that, I don't think they like literally believe you aren't a man. I think they're just like putting down your manhood when they say that. I don't.
Yeah, but like how would you put down someone's manhood by saying they're not a man if you could literally never not be a man?
Wait, I don't understand that question.
So like the reason why like saying like oh like you're such a pussy or whatever
Uh-huh.
like kind of playing down someone's manhood
Yeah,
is
they're like gatekeeping manhood or whatever.
yes is if you can be considered not a man, right?
Wait, I still don't understand what the question is though.
So if you were of the opinion that no matter what you do,
Mm-hmm.
your genetics make you either a man or a woman,
Mm-hmm.
and if like so if you're genetically a man, you will always be a man no matter what you do.
Yeah, I mean
If
this
you
is like
truly believed it, then saying, "Hey, you're not a man," and be like, "Yeah, check out my genes," you know, like
yeah. I understand, but like when they say you're not a real man or whatever, they
Mhm.
just don't mean it literally.
Well,
They're
yeah,
just
they're
saying you're
talking about
not you're.
societally, right? Society is not gonna see you as a man.
No, but I don't even think they mean that. I think they just mean you aren't doing a good job of living up to the ideals of manhood or whatever. So I think that's what they mean. I don't think that they mean that you literally aren't a man or that anything like that. It's just you're a
Yeah, but like
shitty man.
if
It's
the
what the kind
yeah,
of what
but
they're
like
saying.
if the only factor to you being a man or not being a man is your genetics, then like
Uh huh.
you could never not be a man. So
Yeah, a
everything
lot of
would
conservatives
be a
do
manly
believe
thing.
that.
So everything anyone does would be under the umbrella of being a man.
Yeah, you would think so, but they also have a bunch of like cultural expectations of how men are supposed to behave, and then if you don't live up to those expectations of traditional masculinity, they will
Then
do a
you're
bunch of
still a man.
gatekeeping. But they won't actually say. Well, I mean, they might say, but they won't like literally believe you're not a man for doing it, right? Because they'll say to a trans woman that she is a man, you know.
Hmm.
And this
Yeah.
is somebody who's like as far as you could get from you know from living up to cultural expectations of manhood, and they'll still say that that person's a man.
Yeah, so it's kind of a weird thing where like I think someone's gender identity is both like someone's internal experience to what they think they are or they feel they are and what society views them as,
Yeah, so the
right?
idea is that it has different components to it, right? There's like
Yeah,
an
so like
internal component and an external component.
yeah, so let's just take someone who's non-binary, someone who doesn't see themselves as either a man or a woman. They're just a nothing, right? We don't
Yeah, a lot of
view them as
conservatives wouldn't accept
right.
that though. Like a lot of
Like we
conservatives, sure.
Well, no, but even as a progressive, right? Like if you just looked at them and they weren't trying to be like um gender neutral. Like they were just like, like let's just say they were born a woman or like female, right?
Sure, and they're still like
And
female
they're like
presenting, passing as a
yeah,
woman,
they're
but
like
they're
I don't
identifying
identify as a
non-binary.
woman, but like, I still have boobs, I still, like I still have like long hair, like for all intents and purposes, the aesthetic of me is a woman.
Like almost everyone would clock this person as a woman, but she's
Yeah.
identifying as non-binary. Sure.
Yeah.
Then what about her?
Yeah, so like you have like your how you feel about yourself
Yeah.
is one way and
Mm-hmm.
how society views you is another way, and you
Mm-hmm.
kind of have to come to an understanding, right?
Okay.
So like if I saw that person walk down the street and like I might be like, hey, that chick's hot, and then like I
Okay.
go meet her, I find out that they're non-binary, and then I might from then on say they're hot, right?
Yeah, like if you're pretty open-minded about it, then yeah.
Yeah. But like that's what I'm saying. Like to me, when I saw them passing by, I had a gender identity of them
Mm-hmm.
through their aesthetics, right?
Yeah.
And then I get to meet them, and I find their gender aesthetic doesn't necessarily line up to like their gender identity
Yeah.
of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But like there is a certain like I think both do have valid points, right? What's like if someone was born a female, they feel like a man inside
Mm-hmm.
and they identify as a man. But
Mm-hmm.
like everything about them, like their aesthetic, their actions, all that stuff, like how they present themselves is still a woman, right?
Sure.
Like
Like like you I guess you're imagining that they're doing that because of social pressure, like they live in a society that wouldn't accept them being trans and so therefore they present as a
well no
woman. Is that
like
what you're
like
saying?
even now right now there's a lot of people who are like your gender dysphoria doesn't necessarily have to be part of being trans, right? So all you need is how you feel inside.
I was under the impression that that's controversial between trans people, that some of them believe
Yeah,
that and some don't.
like it's still being like argued, right? Like I think different people have like your personal feelings are valid to an extent, but like your gender identity is not necessarily all your own, right? Like kind of like how someone's personal morals are not completely their own, right? Like I can think something is a good thing to do, but if the rest of society doesn't think so, then it's actually a bad thing to do, right? Even though personally I have justification and like I feel it's a good thing to do.
I mean,
I still can't do it because society says no.
well, you can do it. It's just people are going to react how they're going to react, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Um so like I think gender is similar in that way. Like you can have a personal view of yourself, which is totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
And but like you also have a presentation that you have of yourself to the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is really affects how the world, I mean obviously it affects how the world sees you.
Of course.
And the world is gonna make like a snap decision on whether or not you're a man or a woman, right? Like that's kind of how like we
Yeah.
walk down the street, we don't talk to everyone we meet, but we can kind of have an educated guess on whether or not we pass a man or a woman,
Yeah, most
right?
people are going to look at you and just very quickly form some
Yeah.
intuitive opinion on which one they think you are. Sure.
Yeah, and so like we can say, hey, we have certain things that like we see and we understand as being a man or being a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like that's not necessarily the case, right? Like you like if you pass by someone who is cross dressing, right? And they do a really good job at cross dressing.
Uh-huh.
We might make a snap decision that
And,
they're a man, but when in reality
and you
they're
could
a
see the
woman.
same person dressed differently and think that they're the
Yeah.
other one or
hmm
whatever. Yeah.
hmm Yeah, and so like I think when people like conservative people are looking at gender and saying what is a woman,
Mm-hmm.
like they want to be able to see something and make a decision, whereas when the people on the left are talking about what is gender, they're
Yeah.
looking at it from like the personal perspective, like the inner person's like perspective. And like I don't think either one
Sure.
on its own uh kind of works. I think you need to have both at the same time. And I understand that that's kind of a controversial take to have on the left because that does necessarily disclude a lot of people
So when you
from
say
being
you need to
trans.
have both at the same time, like what do you need that for?
Like you have a gender identity of yourself,
Mm-hmm.
but you also do kind of need to portray that feeling of oneself to the world.
Do you need to? I mean,
I think so. If you want to be treated as the gender you identify as. If you don't care, then yeah, you can feel however the fuck you
yeah,
want
I
to
was
feel.
about to say but if they don't care about that,
like a
then they
lot of
don't need
people
to.
don't care. Like gender fluid people. Like they're like, hey, today I wanted to be a little bit more feminine, so I dress a little bit more feminine.
Uh huh.
Today I want to be a little bit more manly. I like maybe I don't shave that day. Like that kind of thing. But like they're still expressing their gender that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when people see them, they kind of make the snap decision on like kind of what gender they wear that day,
Uh huh.
which is really interesting. Like I do know like do you know Tink?
Yeah, yeah, I know Tink.
Like very gender fluid. Like you don't know which one you're gonna get that day, right?
Yes, although I mean, I hope this isn't like a rude thing to say about Tank. I think almost everyone would snap clock Tank as male.
Well, yeah,
But
like but like if they were to go like the full female, like they could 100% do it. Like most of the time, like they do have like the shadow, which kind of immediately gives you like no matter what else you have, if you have facial hair, your like snap decision, probably not a woman, right?
yeah, I guess I don't know how well Tink could pass as a woman if she wanted to.
If they did makeup and shit like that, like I would say 100% they could pass.
I've seen Tink in makeup and I mean, like, I don't mean this as any insult to Tink. I don't think Tink looks bad in makeup or anything, but I do not think Tink 100% passes as a woman in makeup.
Maybe, but like, would you say that there are women who look less womanly than Tink?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes.
But like, would you consider them to not be a woman?
No, I don't think it. I mean, look, like, might I make a snap judgment about it and be wrong? Yes. Like, if that's
Yeah,
what you're
yeah, yeah.
asking, then sure.
Like, yeah, absolutely. Like
Okay,
that's
yeah, but then if I like knew more about this person or what, and then I found out like oops, you aren't actually like what I, thought you
yeah,
were on the
because
first impression.
maybe their aesthetic doesn't necessarily match up to their like gender identity, right?
Uh huh.
Like, um, I mean, like we can have the idea of a stereotypical woman, right?
Hmm.
And we would want like 100 times out of 100, if they passed us on the street, we would clock them as a woman, right?
Uh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that's exactly how you clock people as male or female is basically just
Yeah.
based on your expectations, which are almost synonymous with stereotypes. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I think if you have like gender dysphoria, then you should be treated differently than if you were like, say, gender fluid.
Okay.
Like I think the dysphoria makes it immutable or not immutable, in my opinion.
Uh, the dysphoria makes it immutable or not immutable, whereas you think a person with a gender fluid identity, you don't want to consider that immutable.
Yeah, so like if someone like actively hates the fact that they were born in a certain gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like versus someone who is like, you know what, like doesn't make me happy, but like if I were to be forced to live like, you know, my gender assigned at birth all my life, probably do it without much problem.
Yeah, but I don't think they could just choose to start hating it, right?
Yeah, that's what makes it immutable.
No. I'm saying that in both cases, that's equally immutable. The same argument applies to both. Because like if a gender fluid person just doesn't care like which gender they're perceived at, they can't just choose to start hating that they are perceived as one or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the same argument being like applied to both of them. Like if that's the case, then it's equally immutable for them to be gender fluid as it is for some. Like I don't know if I believe that, but I'm just like saying that if I buy into that argument, then
okay, I think okay, maybe I would need to define when I say immutable characteristics as immutable characteristics that go against the societal assumptions.
immutable characteristics that go against societal assumptions. So you're
Or
talking like
norms.
marginalized groups. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. So what about them?
Like when I say like that they would be protected, right? Because like if someone's like if someone's born straight, I don't think they can turn gay, right?
Right. But I
Like
wouldn't
and
want some.
technically speaking, yes, it is an immutable characteristic, but like
Yeah.
you don't really need to protect the majority
No,
because
no,
they, you know.
but I actually don't agree with that. So like, I think that, okay, there's less need to protect it because they're far less likely to face discrimination. But I think
Yes.
if somebody did get discriminated against for being straight, being white,
I
being
think
able-bodied, whatever
yeah.
it is, I think that I do want to have legal protections for that.
Like I would say it kind of depends, right?
Like obviously they're not affected as severely or as often, so I'm not as concerned about it. But
Well, so like let's just take sports for example, like gendered sports. Like we have gendered sports because if we were to put everyone in the same sport, like women wouldn't really have a chance to compete, right?
um,
Or
you
competitively
wouldn't
compete.
you wouldn't get like female representation in the top echelons of like
Yeah, yeah.
professional sports or whatever. Like if that's what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, and so we have women's like sports, right? And technically men's sports is, I mean, technically open. It's not really open, but yeah.
I think it depends
Like,
which sport. I think some of them, yeah. Well, whatever.
well, yeah,
Anyway,
like
go
a
on.
lot of them technically don't have a bar. Like the NFL technically doesn't have a rule against a woman playing, but like
Right, but
there's
you could
many
imagine like
hurdles for a woman to play in the NFL, right?
okay, but like you could imagine like perhaps somebody invents a new sport tomorrow that women are
Yeah.
way better at than men for for some it's some sport we've never seen before and for some reason women are just way better
Yeah.
at it, right?
And then if we have like a men's league for that sport, but like basically my point would be, like men cannot go, like, you know, go into the women's, try to join the women's league, and then like claim discrimination when they're said no to, right?
Well, I mean, that's what TERFs will say that trans women are doing.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
you just
But
described exactly what
well, like,
anti-trans people think that trans
well, no.
women are
Let's
doing.
just say like a cis het male, like an actual man, like no hormone therapy, no nothing, just just a man
Yeah, like if I just showed up at a
who
women's sports
identifies
club
as a
tomorrow
man.
and said, "Hey, let me."
Yeah, like yeah, and then you would like they're technically being um like
Yeah, they're being
discriminated
discriminatory against me,
against for an immutable characteristic, right?
yeah, and I think that's fine. I think they should be allowed to.
Yeah, so
But
like that's my point when I say immutable characteristics should be protected. I'm talking about like the marginalized ones, not the majority ones.
um,
Because I mean, technically speaking, barring men from women's sports is discrimination against a immutable characteristic.
I sort of think there's two different issues being confused here because one of them has to do with which group is like socially marginalized, and a different one has to do with which group is more like competitively able at the sport.
Yeah, and a lot of sports do actually have like not by gender but by uh like ability, right? Like I think for
Yeah, like
things like
a marathon or something,
esports
maybe
for
like or yeah, or esports or whatever. Sure.
like because I think marathons still like men have
Do they?
a
Yeah, I don't
decent
know that much about
I
sports.
think so.
I
Like
thought they like
100% in like running and shit like that,
the
like
marathons. I thought what they did was run together, but then rank them separately.
yeah.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
but like they're not competing against each other, right? Like they're
I
competing simultaneously on like completely different grounds, right?
um
Like men are
I
technically running at the same time as women, but they're not being compared to each other. So they're not competing
well,
against each
not in
other.
the official rankings, they're not. But that's not to say that they're not being compared to each other in other ways too.
Yeah, I mean like it would be super huge if like everyone was running together and a woman finished like first. Like not just from the women, but like before any men did. Like I think that would be pretty huge.
Mm-hmm.
But like, like they're not technically competing against each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still
I,
technically
I don't know if I agree that they're not competing against whatever. As far as the rankings are concerned, they're not.
well because they're competing for the ranking, right?
Uh, I mean,
they're running alongside each other, but they're not competing against each other.
but I don't know why you say they're not, right? Like okay, sure, they're competing for the ranking, and with respect to the ranking, they're not competing against each other. But that doesn't mean that like I don't know, whatever. I feel like we're getting stuck on a nitpick, because this probably doesn't matter.
But yeah, but like you kind of see my point where I'm saying like even though something might be an immutable characteristic, if they are the dominant side, we're not really looking to protect that side, right?
No, but like I don't actually think it. I'm not persuaded that you've made the case for that because like okay, you could say like you would want to stop me from joining a women's sports league because you would worry about that I'm going to be like dominant against average women, which is probably true. But but basically like if a woman tried to join a men's sports team, then there's like a practical reality that we don't like have the same worry about her being like as physically dominant in the sport, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but if we did have a rule that the like okay this sports league is for men only, we don't allow women to join it. Um, I mean there's like the practical problem with the rule is different, but but if you're trying to make like an ethical case for why we should have one ban and not the other, I don't think it follows from that.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, because you were saying like, okay, like if we're talking about sports, we're gonna treat like men as a dominant class and women as a marginalized class or
Yeah.
whatever, right? So if I go to try to compete in women's sports, I think the reason to stop me from doing it has to do with the practical reality of the likely outcome of allowing men to do that. I don't think
Yeah.
it has. Right, but there's a difference between whether the practical reality of men's sports performance versus the social reality of one being a marginalized group versus the other being a socially dominant group, right? And so I think the reason for doing it is not the social reason. I think it's the reason of practical sports performance, and therefore this is why I think the argument you made didn't actually support the claim about the social difference.
Well, wouldn't you say that like the basis of separating the sports is a societal reason?
No, well, okay, like it's a combination of the two, right? It's like we
Hmm.
have like a social goal that we care about, or where we want women
Hmm.
to be
Yeah.
represented in competitive sports,
Hmm.
and then that goal is affected by some practical circumstances having to do with how women perform at sports versus how men perform at sports.
Hmm.
Yeah,
But yeah, but like the reason why we want women to be competitive is a social reason, right?
I'm not totally sure what you mean by that, but sure, I probably.
Like because if there's like if no one gave a shit, then like no one would actually give a shit to have women's leagues, right?
If no one gave a shit, then no one would give a shit. I mean, like this is just like a tautology.
I
Am I?
well, okay, so like what I mean is that if people didn't care whether or not women could be like competitive, then we wouldn't have separated men and women's sports.
Right.
Right,
Yeah, I
because
agree with
like
that.
back in the like in cat like that's why we don't separate men and women in like casual sports, generally speaking, right? Like people can bring their friends to go play soccer, and you can have women on the team, you can have men on the team, and like people can just play soccer even though women won't be as good, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because like
it
we're not
depends. Like,
competing on like the top level,
I think it's
right?
sometimes people do segregate even in casual sports, but yeah.
Well,
They don't have to.
if they have enough, right? Like,
Yeah.
because if you have 11 men, like let's just say you're playing soccer and you have 22 guys and 22 women,
Hmm.
and like you're never going to sub in like a woman for a man in most cases if you're like being competitive, right?
Probably. I mean, you don't have to do it that way, but I mean, assuming that you've made the decision in your social group
Yeah, but
to
like if you have a
to
group of
segregate.
like 22 guys and like 6 women, you wouldn't be like, okay, men are gonna be playing like the full field, and then the women can play like 3 on 3 on like a teeny tiny side field or whatever. Like you'd
Okay.
probably like like if it's just like a casual game, you'd probably have them on some teams, right?
Hmm.
And you would kind of make the sacrifice to let the women play, right? Because like it's for fun,
Hmm.
and like you want to be inclusive. But when if let's just say um you had teams and you're like $10,000 is on the line, you probably wouldn't sub in the women, and they would have a terrible time.
Well, I mean, if the money was on the line, you would just sub in whoever is the best, and so perhaps a couple of the best women would, right?
I mean, maybe if some of the women were better than the men, sure. Uh, hold on.
But if you had like 22 random people and 22 men, 22 women, I mean, like generally, like of course it's going to be the case that the men are going to be better on average, but I would expect like if large groups of people like that, probably the best man is probably, or I'm sorry, the best woman is probably better than the worst man, right? Like they're probably like
Maybe
bell
like
curves
I
overlapping or.
probably like sure. Like depending on your friend group, right?
Yeah. I mean, of course, it depends on the friend group, but it's like statistically very likely.
I would say that like um because I go and do like barbecues with groups of my friends, and um like we play sports, and like most of the times, like even though the worst athletic dude is probably better than the most athletic woman. But that's just in my specific friend group, and also in Japan, so women aren't that sporty.
Okay.
Uh, so like it again, it could just be like where I'm at, but like when I'm thinking about it, like yeah,
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm in California. Like a decent amount of women play sports here. I mean, the
mm,
majority probably
yeah,
don't. And then like obviously there's a lot of like fat, out of shape men and stuff. Like
yeah, absolutely. Which is also not as big a problem here.
yeah, right, fair enough. Or,
Like I'm considered overweight.
mm-hmm. And in
Um,
America, you're
I,
probably average or something.
I mean, I would still consider myself pretty athletic. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the most athletic or the most in shape, but like I play sports decently. But yeah, like I don't know, like I yeah, I don't know, like I think technically speaking, you are correct. Because like we don't use immutable characteristics as the reason for to or not protect a certain class, right? And
Yeah.
like even if we are protecting a class because of their immutable characteristics, we're not protecting them because of their immutable characteristics, but because of the like the bad attitudes that other people have towards that immutable characteristic, right?
Yeah, but I think a lot of people would disagree with what you just said, but I agree with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to state your position,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, and
Yeah,
then you did it successfully. You're right. That is what I think.
I am listening sometimes. Uh,
No, I believe you. You're a very good listener.
but yeah, so like I think yes, technically you are correct, but most of the time people take a shorthand to immutable characteristics as something to be protected, which I think you would agree, right? Most immutable characteristics are things that should be protected, but like like the
No,
things
I
we
actually
should
don't
be
agree that most should. I think like a few
really
specific ones should.
like do you want to list some?
Some ones that should not be. Is that what you're saying?
I should and shouldn't.
Okay, so the ones that I mostly want to protect for are just like the obvious ones that people talk about all the time, like
Hmm.
race, gender, sexual identity, like things like that. I also mostly want to protect people on religion, even though I like it's debatable whether that's an immutable characteristic.
I mean, regardless of whether or not it is, you at least in America, you have the freedom of religion, right?
Yeah, but with that one, I think I'm willing to make more exceptions because like I think if you're religious, like if people has
Until your religion is harming someone else, right? Like you
well,
can't
no, I
commit.
don't even want to draw the line there because I think you're like
Wait, no, no. So you can't commit murder and claim like religious sacrifice, right?
right, exactly. But not only
That's what I
that,
mean. Yeah.
but there's many other religious practices that I would not want to allow people to do just on the basis of their
Hmm.
religion. I
Yeah.
think that like religious people should have the same behaviors allowed to them that other people have allowed to them.
Yeah, like in okay, so in the case do you know when like gay marriage was legalized, there was the clerk who was like, "I'm Christian, so like gay marriage is like super bad and stuff like that." And
Yeah.
like as the secretary wouldn't allow for gay people to be married even though it was legal.
Uh huh.
Like
Uh-huh.
would you say that that's not okay?
Yeah, because she's well, she's like breaking the law or whatever, right?
Yeah. Or I mean like I don't know if she was breaking the law, but she's not doing her job at the very least.
Okay, yeah.
Although I think she
perhaps
was in
I'm
prison, so it should
like
be. I guess.
I mean,
Would
I'm
be
not a
breaking the
legal
law.
expert. I thought she was breaking the law, but it could be that I'm mistaken.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I guess I assume at a certain point she was breaking the law because she did go to jail, right?
Or did she? Oh, yeah. I didn't follow the story closely. I mean, okay, yeah. If you say so.
Well,
Sure.
or at the very least, she was punished for not doing so, which would mean that behavior is not okay, right?
Yeah, in some respect, it's. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the punishment was. Like, I don't know if it's like she got fired or she.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Muffin. What?
Mr. Muffin wanted to Discord.
Yeah. I know. I've been typing
I'm
with
just
him the
gonna.
whole time.
Nice. All right, I'm just gonna quickly pop the
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes and then I'll be back.
All right. All right. I do need a fucking a thing. Wait, Mr. Muffin. There you go.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
There's the link to the Discord. All right. All right. Cricket's gone away. Let's shit talk him. No. Indeed. We'll burn his stream down. We're gonna say the N word 5 times. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I think I would need to ask Cricket because I'm not the only one streaming. But yeah, I would not have an issue. As long as you are on your best behavior, and not you do not say the naughty words. Well, like it's kind of the non-lib, but is still basically the lib position, I think. You've been on Twitch for years. How many years? And or do you still stream? Or by been on Twitch you mean like been watching Twitch? Alright. Hello. Mr. Muffin wants to hop on if you don't mind.
Hey, I'm back.
Hello.
Hey.
Mr. Muffin wanted to join the call if you were interested.
I'm totally fine with it. Yeah, I even told him in my chat like.
Oh, cool. I said we need to wait and ask Cricket, and he didn't respond to that. So I don't. What the fuck? Why would you not? All right, hold on. All right, go in. Actually, yeah. I'll just hop into the open stream channel. It's free to join. You can join whenever you feel worthy. Although I probably want to step out for a second, but I didn't want to leave empty stream. So we'll see. I do want to at least have Mr. Muffin's opening statements, and then
Okay.
if you guys want to discuss something, then I can maybe step out and listen to it while I'm out smoking.
Okay.
Although, like, actually, since since starting to stream, I'm like, should I actually go and get like a vape? Because like I can do that inside. Don't want to smoke inside because I hate the stale smoke smell.
Oh, okay.
So I like religiously do not smoke inside my apartments or inside my house. But yeah, it makes me leave the stream.
You just smoke?
Not every 10 minutes.
You just smoke tobacco? Or
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, like, yes. I mean, like, it like weed and stuff is illegal in Japan, so
Oh,
it's
right.
really hard to get your hands on. Not saying that I've never done it, but I also have been outside the country. So there's my plausible deniability.
I've tried it and I've done it a few times and I don't really like it.
Oh yeah. Mr. Muffin, he said you asked and he said yes. So why the fuck didn't you tell me that? I blame you. Alright, yeah, but hop into the open stream channel in the Discord. Hello.
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 Yo, good.
What's up?
Oh, a Wind Waker avatar. But
Hey, you know what it is? That's hype.
I do. Yeah.
I was just Zelda. That's about all I know.
Hey, at least you didn't say Link. Okay.
Oh, have you seen that shirt? Was like, what if Zelda was a girl and it has like a female Link on it?
Jesus.
I love that. It's so funny. But yeah, I was talking to Cricket saying I did want to go out and smoke, but I also wanted to hear your opening statements or your like why did you want to come on to stream and talk?
I love talking to people.
Mhm.
I love disagreeing with people. There's not
Mhm.
many people that you can talk to and disagree with and still
Mhm.
have a good conversation. I
Mm.
think that's pretty rare nowadays.
We
Yeah, I mean,
agree. This is why Solemn and I
we've been
love talking
trying
with each.
to
Solemn
we've
and
been
I love
trying to
talking with
like
each other.
have
But
conversations like this
Right.
a lot.
And that's
So yeah,
awesome. I also
it's not the greatest way to grow your channel because like, but like I think integrity over like money is pretty
right.
important. So like
I
I
also
yeah.
oh sorry. I
Oh,
I'm
go
able
ahead.
to identify
Hmm.
different sides of different arguments,
Hmm.
and I almost always play devil's advocate. And
Same here.
the people that are willing to have the conversation, it's
Hmm.
always fruitful. You know what I mean? Like it's always great.
Yeah, like I think like if you have a conversation and both you end the conversation and neither people have moved or have even thought about the other side, I think that's
Yeah,
a failed conversation.
completely agree.
Mm.
Well, okay, I agree. Other than in your situation, you guys have viewers. So if you guys disagree on something, but
Hmm.
you can portray your point of view, you're going to
Hmm.
influence and change the viewers. So you're still being productive.
Um, in some ways yes, but in a lot of ways no, right? Because like
I think about
people
this
view
differently, but depending on whether I'm on my own stream versus whether I'm on a panel. Yeah, because if I'm on a panel,
yes.
I might have 200 people watching me, but if I'm on my own stream, 3 people. So like,
Well, also like
Yeah.
people view people for specific reasons, right? And if you are viewing someone who is having an argument with someone else, and the person you're viewing is just unbending and is not listening to the other person, the likelihood of you, the viewer, listening to the other person is pretty low.
I disagree personally, but
I mean, that's fair. Um, yeah, I have like I want to have an optimistic view, but I've been in plenty of chats.
yeah.
um and like a lot of the times like this is what gets me discouraged on like a lot of people's streams is that like the streamer will make like just some snap decisions, and then their whole chat will get on board. And like if even if
Yeah.
you know better and you're trying to explain the situation, and the streamer says I don't care, then the rest of the chat's not gonna care.
Okay, but it also depends on the streamer. Like, I'm very indulged in Twitch culture,
Hmm.
so people just
Yeah.
say true, omega lol,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
whether or
I
not they actually agree, they just say true.
yeah. I mean,
So,
like based. Like if it
right.
like people nowadays, I found ironically say based. Like if
Yeah.
you say something and a lot of people are saying based in chat, you probably said something fucked up. Just saying.
Right. Right.
But like
Controversial.
it
Controversial.
also it
Maybe not
also
fucked up.
depends on like the kind of streamer that person is, right? So like if like let's just say like for the kind of community that I want to create, and probably the same thing as what Cricket wants to create.
Yeah.
Like we probably want to foment like a community that actually thinks about different viewpoints and whether or not there's like
Awesome.
merit to it. If there's no merit to it, if you don't think there's merit to it, why the fuck not, right? Like you can't just be
Right.
like I don't like this, so this has no merit. Like you give me a reason, right? Like why is does this have no merit, and or why does your side have a merit? Which is like I started talking with people because like I kind of realized that like my views, my observations are limited to what I know, and other people have have you do you know like the theory that, or I don't know if it is an actual theory, but like something that I don't know if I read this or I thought about this,
I just
but
go for it. Just go for
like no one in the world has seen what you have seen
it. Okay. I mean, obviously.
because light travels.
Right.
So I mean I'm talking about like in real life, not like a picture.
Yeah.
Like if you're looking at something and someone is looking at something next to you, they're not seeing the same thing you're seeing.
Okay.
Like
Well,
they're
why
not
does that
seeing
matter?
exactly they're
Sure, but
well
why
like
does
they're
that
not
matter?
seeing exactly the same thing, right?
Whether or not
So
that's true, why does it matter?
well because the same thing with life and experiences. Like you might have been born into the same culture, but they probably have widely different experiences than you have. So by talking
Okay.
to them and getting their input on what they've experienced, maybe that changes your view of what you've experienced.
I mean,
Because you can't
facts,
think
but
of
I mean,
like you can't
true.
think of something you don't know about, right?
For sure.
So like the more experiences you hear about, the more you can kind of understand, I guess,
Everything.
life, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what's important in like any politician or anything, like being willing
Hmm.
to listen to people and stuff. I mean, you can just have like a very basic example of it. It's like a black person being pulled over by the police, right? They've probably had different interactions with the police than we have had, and you listen to them. Whether or not they're right or wrong is based on the situation that they explain to you, but it might like uncover or show something that you didn't understand.
Yeah, or
I mean,
and they could be completely wrong. Like and then
right,
you just have to view like you are limited to what you know, and even if you
right.
hear the other side, if you don't completely understand the other side, like that's why like I really don't like knee jerk reactions, because like
Oh, of course, yeah.
there are a lot of things that like knee jerk I don't like, but like they're like if you don't take the time to like stop and actually understand the other side, then you don't really have a basis to actually argue against the other side,
No,
right?
I
Completely
agree.
agree. Yeah,
That's true. Even if what the other side is saying is really dumb, like you
Yeah.
could, like even
yeah,
flat earthers or something like that. That were
yep.
Hmm.
yeah.
I think a better example is like defund the police, right? Like obviously we want police
Hmm.
officers, but you sit there, you listen, like explain what's going on. Why do you want to defund them, and what are you going to do in place of them being defunded? how are you going to regulate law and such? It's like,
Yeah.
even if you think that's ridiculous, you sit there and you listen, because
I mean,
they might
yeah,
be onto
even
something.
if they're like really dumb, like I I don't know what your political beliefs are, but like I've listened to a lot of do you know what an anarcho-communist is?
Can you give me a Spark Notes quick
Uh,
definition?
like communism, but without like state power, or like the quote unquote true communism where
It's
everyone is just
im-
equal
imagine a bunch of
and
hippies living on it.
no one has power over the other, etc., etc. Like a
Okay, so
moneyless,
communism
classless. Yeah, but like
isn't that just
communism without the authority of the state.
the nation?
Yeah, there is no country.
Okay, it seems
There's
not
no
very
government.
practical, but okay.
But like, yeah, so they start from that, and then you ask, hey, what if someone wants to steal something that someone else has? Then they're like, well, we would have, like we would have people who want to protect, like, certain ideals or whatever. So we would create
Okay.
our own little, like, basically create our own police, then create our own government,
Sorry,
and
what
like
was the
you
point of this
kind
again? What was...
yeah, exactly. Like when you question it, they kind of start rebuilding government. You know?
Okay,
So
right,
like,
because it's like those people. If
yeah,
everyone's
yeah,
doing nothing and it's communism, then you have people who are the police enforcing the laws. Well, those people need to be
yeah.
paid more, otherwise they wouldn't do it, right?
I mean, like, yeah, that kind of goes a little bit differently, but sure. Like, the idea of it, yeah.
And this was, I guess, the reason you brought this up was about like listening to other people, even if what they believe sounds dumb at
Okay, yeah.
first glance.
Yeah,
I think
because
that was the point.
like obviously it like a society without government, without police is not going to survive, right?
Yeah, and,
Like
and like and
someone
like
needs
uh,
someone
like
needs
Cricket
to
said,
call the
like,
shots, someone needs
you should
to
listen to
keep
those
the
people,
peace. Yeah. But like
even if it's stupid.
yeah, understanding where they're coming from is important, because otherwise you're never going to reach them, right? Because like if some like a lot of people will have different ideas of what that like anarcho communist society is going to be, and if you just make a snap decision, oh, they're an ancom, I'm gonna roll out these arguments without even listening to them, you could be arguing against something they never said, and then they're gonna stop listening to you because you've stopped listening to them.
Yeah. Yeah, Cricket seems pissed that I'm here, dude.
I'm not. I'm not at all. Not at all.
And on that
Alright.
note, I am gonna go out for that smoke of mine and
No,
enjoy the
it's gonna be
enjoy the
weird. He's gonna be looking
conversation.
at my Zelda picture. He's gonna have to talk to me. I feel bad.
Why do you feel
I don't have
bad
a
about
camera.
that?
I don't have a camera.
No, that's
I
okay.
feel bad. Alright.
You don't
Well,
have to.
well,
That's fine.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
Okay, let's talk.
so the real question is, would you rather look at a picture of Zelda or look at your face? No, just kidding.
I think I'm a pretty good-looking gentleman myself.
Then why don't you have a camera?
That's a good question.
All right,
I don't
I'll be
have a
back
need
soon.
for it.
I will be listening on my phone. So don't
Perfect.
say any N words.
Oh, we're gonna say so many racial
No
slurs
words
later
that start
on.
with N at
Do
all.
do
They're all
not
forbidden.
say any names.
I'm just kidding.
All right.
I'm
All
a
right,
good person.
I'll be back. I'll be back soon.
Well, thank God that guy's gone. Jesus, man. You know what I'm saying? I ruin the conversations.
Obviously, but he's just been ruining it for the last 3 hours.
I mean, I joined your channel. I was here to talk to you, and now I'm in Discord. So I don't know what happened.
Yeah, well,
I guess
here you
I guess
are.
I won. Yes, sir.
You were saying to me the thing about like defining like what is a heart, what is a keyboard, all that kind of stuff,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah. So you were saying, so I think the implication is that these are things that are studied in hard sciences, right? These are things that are studied in biology, in computer science, and in physics, that kind of thing, and therefore like defining them should be a matter of doing those sciences. But I think those definitions, although they are made by the sciences, or by the scientists in that field, like if a biologist wants to define what a heart is, I mean, a biologist is probably the person who you should listen to for that definition, and it's going to be
For sure.
informed by their knowledge about biology. However, when the biologist does that, I think they are doing philosophy of science. I don't think they're doing biology when they produce the definition
Oh,
of the
okay.
words.
See, I didn't know that's what you meant, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
When using science to create a word, they're also using a different type of science. That makes sense.
I think
I
they're
get that.
using science to inform their definition of the word. I don't think they're doing science while
Well,
defining the word. Yeah.
they're doing science to like define the word. Is that what you mean? Like they're using science to give that definition to the word.
No, I don't think science can do that because those aren't like empirically testable questions. Like you can't empirically test what should the definition of a word be. So you can't really like answer that question with science, but you
Right.
can answer that question keeping in mind your background knowledge of science.
Right. Okay. So what I was trying to portray in the chat is
Hmm.
you have different animals and stuff,
Hmm.
and that's just a random word and then given a definition random. Not randomly, obviously, but pretty much randomly. Like a monkey is this, a cat is this, a tiger is this. No, you're right. Stuff like
Hmm.
that. But when it comes down to sex and gender,
Hmm.
right? Like an elephant, you have a male elephant and a female elephant,
Hmm.
or a female tiger and a male tiger,
Hmm.
right? We're not going to sit here and dispute that. There's not
No, I
different
don't.
social hierarchies and different stuff. So
Well, there
why
are,
is
but
it?
there. I mean,
Yeah,
there
yeah,
are
yeah. Okay,
social
there.
dynamics among
Yes.
elephants and stuff. But
Okay.
yeah,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Every animal. You're right. I didn't mean that, but thanks for correcting me.
no, no.
We're not going to dispute the language of these elephants because they don't even know what they're being assigned.
Right,
Right? Like we're making up these words to explain it. Right. So when
right.
we define a male elephant, the male elephant doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't know anything. I
Mhm.
can swear, right?
Right.
I swear. Okay, sorry. Same with the female elephant. So why is it different for humans? So
It's
when we define a male animal or a female animal, we're looking at the biology, we're looking at the chromosomes, we're looking at the genitalia.
yeah.
So why would it be any different for a human, which is also by definition an animal?
No, I think you can do the same thing for humans, but humans have an additional category of like socialized gender on top of the biological stuff in a way that those animals don't have.
Why?
Why do we have cultural expectations around gender, or like, is that what you mean?
Uh, okay, so we would define the gender and sex of an animal as the same thing.
Almost certainly, yeah. I can't think of an example where we.
No, not almost certainly. It's certain,
Okay.
right?
Well,
I
I,
mean, you can disagree. It's okay if you say almost certainly.
no, I think I just have like a lower degree of certainty about that, but I'm not like actually like hard disagreeing with you. Like I don't have a counterexample in mind or anything. I'm just not like
Okay, I guess that's fair. I actually agree with you. I guess. Okay, almost certain. I agree with you. I guess I don't know either. So,
okay.
almost certain. Why would it be different for humans that gender means something different than sex?
Because we have a society that places cultural expectations on our gender, and the animals don't have that.
Okay, but why would placing a cultural expectation change anything? Because there is a cultural expectation within any animal too, like lions and stuff. You know, the biggest male lion
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
reproduces
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
all the
So
women. It's the same thing.
yeah.
I
So I
don't
think there
understand
is an argument that lions do have a little bit of culture among them, or and so do lots of other
Yeah,
animals. Sure. So
for
they
sure, for sure.
yeah, but not in the same way that humans do, right?
Why is it different?
What? Why is human society different from lion society? I'm
Sure. Yeah. Why?
um.
Or maybe I guess how is probably easier to explain because I can probably explain how.
Geez, I feel like I don't have a concise answer to that question, but I think we could sit here all day talking about the behavioral differences, like how do humans behave
Oh, okay.
differently from lions?
All
Like,
right. I'll speed it. Like I meant how, but how is pretty easy. It's like in animals, men and women do different things,
Mhm.
and they have different responsibilities immediately, right? And in humans, they had that for a while,
Mhm.
but we realized that's not important and that's not okay with structuring a society. So women don't have to cook and clean. They can
Yeah, we
be
decided
independent. They can have jobs. Right.
for the most part, we don't want that anymore. Some conservative people
Hmm.
still want it, whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Agreed.
Hmm.
Okay. So, what is different the difference factor between male and female at this point?
What is
Because
the.
I was mainly pushing when talking in your chat. I
Mhm.
got a little sidetracked. I'm also an alcoholic, in case you don't remember. So
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Uh, I was pushing more of the definition of a woman
Mhm.
because, like we said earlier, definitions are important. And from a science point, and then we kind of broke off, and this whole segment was kind of just randomly broken off. But
Right.
definition wise, what is the difference between a man and a woman? Like, what is a woman? What is a male? Like, why are we using these words if we can't define them?
Oh, why are we using them at all? Is because they refer to experiences that are familiar to us.
Okay, so what is a woman? Like, what is a male?
Well, people disagree about that. I don't think that there is one definitive answer to a question like that. Um, but like like you said, there's a bunch of underlying biology, right? We can talk about what's male or female with respect to that stuff, and then we can also talk about like what's male or female with respect to culture, and then that's going to be different from one culture to another.
Okay, so what makes a woman a woman?
What makes a woman a woman? I don't think there is one thing that makes a woman a
Oh,
woman.
okay.
In the
Sorry.
biological sense, there kind of is, but there
Okay, I'm
at
gonna
least
do like
mostly.
okay. I'm gonna do like a let's, earlier. You were talking about men and women's sports being different.
Hmm.
They have separate leagues, right?
Hmm.
Why?
Why is because they do. Okay, so we didn't used to have separate women's sports leagues at all, and back then there was just no there there was a historical time when there were almost no women competing in sports, and there was almost no female representation in competitive sports, and we decided we wanted to change that, and so we created separate leagues so that we could have female participation and representation.
Yeah, but why would we create separate leagues?
I mean, obviously, I think what you're getting at here is the fact that women, if they were to join men's sports leagues, would not rise to the top of them in almost any case. Is that what you're going for?
No, not necessarily. Not at
Okay.
all. A
Are
lot of
you
women
saying
would
like
beat
why do
my
we
ass
care
in
about
like any
women's?
sport.
Sorry, what's that?
I said a lot of women would beat my ass in like any sport.
Yeah, yeah, sure, but you're not
Oh,
one of the top
I
competitive men, if that's the case,
okay.
right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
Right. So almost
Yeah.
all sports are going to be. It's going to be the case that the top competitive men outcompete the top competitive women.
Okay.
Like almost always. Like I mean, there may be exceptions,
But
but
I don't know how you can say that without being able to define what they are.
no. Okay. In this case, what I'm doing is defining the participants in the different groups, right? Like if you like, there's a men's group that plays sports, and there's a women's group that plays sports, and I can observe the differences between those groups without even if I knew nothing about how we sort people into those two groups, I could still observe different outcomes between them, right?
Well, if you say we have a women's group and a men's group, then
Hmm.
what is a women? What is a woman?
Well, this is something that we're all fighting about as a society, right?
Like
I don't
I
think that
mean,
there is one like definitive answer to that question.
how can there not be a definitive answer to a word? It's a word. It should have a definition.
Oh no,
Explain
that's
the word. I don't get it.
uh,
Like
no,
I'm
but
not trying
that's
to be
not the case
rude. I'm
for.
not trying to be an asshole, but
No,
I
I know.
just
No,
okay.
but
Okay.
I think that's a misunderstanding of like how words and definitions work. I mean, people disagree about the definitions of words all the time. Like, it
That's fair. So we just okay. So we disagree. So a lot of people disagree about the definition of man and woman.
mhm.
Yet you're using it to define how we segregate sports. How can you use a definition that half the people agree with and half the other people don't agree with? Like, which one are you agreeing with? Like, what are you saying?
Okay, so this is going to depend on context, right? So if I'm talking about men's sports and women's sports, then I'm just referring to the participants of those two groups.
What do you mean the participants of the two groups?
Okay, like let's say they're whichever sport we want to talk about, like we've got basketball or something, right? So we've got the NBA and
Okay.
we've got the WNBA, right? And like the
Okay.
NBA, I'm just gonna shorthand it and call it a men's group. I don't know if women are allowed to join it, but in any case, there's basically no
I'm
women
not sure
really.
either.
But okay, so I'm gonna
Sure.
I'm gonna just describe this as a men's league and a women's league, right? And
Okay.
if I do that, then in that context, what I mean when I say man or woman is just the participants in the NBA versus the participants in the WNBA, right? And in different contexts,
Well,
I
no,
might refer
because
to.
okay, but what is a man and a woman? If there's men in the NBA and there's women in the WNBA, what is a man and what is a woman?
Yeah, but like this is what I'm saying is like these words mean different things to different people and they mean different things in different contexts. There is
Well,
not
they
a
must not,
definitive.
because there's two different leagues. If there's two different
No, you're
leagues, then
that
when you
is
put
one of
them
the
into those leagues,
that is one
so
of the contexts.
what definition are you
Hey,
using?
hey, Solemn. I mean I use
I,
different definitions
Sorry,
in different contexts. Like
my chat wanted the chair stream, so I've taken a to excuse the pun, the back seat.
Mhm.
Nah, dude, get in the front seat. You're a front seat guy.
All right. So I think like I don't know if you've moved on in the conversation, but
We
like
can. I'm down.
you
I'm not
you're
like
talking
hard
you're
stuff. I'm
talking
not
about
hard stuff.
like sexes in the animal kingdom and why do
A little
humans
bit.
have like a separate like a separate, I guess, classification, right? And you're
Yeah,
saying that like
we breezed over that
in
kind
the
of, but yeah.
animal kingdom we don't like they don't seem to have this gender classification, right?
They don't seem to, but I don't want to like rule out that they
Yeah,
could.
so like the
I agree.
issue I think is that we don't understand animals, right? We understand other humans, we don't understand animals, and by the same tokens, like animals don't really understand humans, right? Like you wouldn't understand, you wouldn't expect a dog to understand like why people go to work, right? But whereas you as a human
Okay.
understand why people go to work,
Yeah,
right?
I don't expect a dog to
Okay.
understand why people go to work. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and so basically, I'm saying like they have like maybe a different understanding or experience of the world, and we don't understand how they think, and they don't understand how we
I'm
think.
really
And I
curious where
don't.
you're going with this.
Well, I basically I'm saying that just because certain like animals don't do it, so why do we? Because like they have a different experience. They might. We
Hmm.
might not actually understand that what their other classification is, right?
Um. Okay. Yeah. I guess. I mean, I think we understand more about animals than we do about people. They respond to food. They'll do any task if there's food involved, and they know food's involved, depending on the education of the animal. Of course, like
I
the brain
mean,
size of the
you
animal.
could argue that humans would do anything as long as food is involved, right?
Right.
Like
Right. But
like
it's
if
easier
someone
to
is
understand a
starving,
monkey
you
than a
could
human.
to a certain extent because we understand a little bit more of the human experience, right? So
I mean,
when we have a zoo, right? Like sometimes we can understand that certain animals don't like captivity. But
of
like
course. Yeah.
maybe none of them like captivity, but like some of them like we just don't like understand it because it's not portrayed in a human way, right? Like when
Sure.
like certain like I think it was whales or something, if they're in captivity, they start to like not eat and kind of starve themselves, right?
I mean, you can look at the orca whale
I
and
think
like its
I think it
dorsal
was
fin
whales.
being bent
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, and so like we can kind of understand that attitude or like that feeling because it kind of maps onto the human version of it, right? Like when humans are
Yeah,
depressed,
that makes
like
a
they
lot of
kind of
sense.
become
Yeah.
listless, they stop having an appetite, all that stuff. But like if there's something else that we just does not map onto human um like human experience, like the animals might start like just dying off, like basically killing themselves, and we would just have no idea why, right? Because it doesn't map onto
Well,
human.
we would do tests.
Well, like we would be like, oh, if they have certain things, they seem to be, killing themselves off. But like we might not understand actually why, but we are like maybe we can understand the consequences of certain things.
I think we have a fair assumption as to why. Like if an animal's killing itself in captivity, we have, we have a pretty good guess. The reason being is because it's in captivity. It might not be the right answer, but I think it's fairly sufficient to assume so. Because in SeaWorld, there's uh, killer whales that would just bash their heads up against the walls over and over again until they fucking die because they're in captivity. Okay, we don't actually know that's the reason why. We don't know it's in their because that's in captivity, but we can assume so, and I think that's fairly accurate. Oh no, I'm being shit on. I'm wrong. Fuck.
No, sorry. I apparently got a donation in chat, and I wasn't
Oh
paying
shit, shout
attention
him
to
out.
chat.
No, shout him out, dude. Shout him out. Say his name. They say thank you. You got a go now,
Thank
bro.
you, Send Streams, for the donations. I am very, very sorry that I was not looking at chat.
Give him a high
Um,
five, dude. High five the camera.
no, I'm just
Fist bump. Fist bump.
no, like
Okay, fair enough.
we have we have a history, and it's
Mm.
it's at least it's fun on my end. I'm just assuming on his end, but he seems to continue to engage with me, so I assume it's in good fun.
Fair enough.
But yes, thank you so very much for being my very first donator.
Hell yeah, what's his name?
Send Streams.
Send stream. Thanks for the
Mhm.
dono, bro. You're fucking sick. Thanks, man.
Yeah, like I imagine you didn't actually have a problem with me because we like it's funny. I always give an opinion and he always calls me a lib. So like
Yeah.
that's our
He loves you.
that's our relationship right there. But yeah, like sorry, I was not paying
Yeah, you were
attention
talking
to.
about animals. I don't remember the
Mhm.
point. Chris, can you tell me the point? What the fuck was this guy saying to me?
This is something to do with trans people somehow. I
Yeah,
don't.
right. Like I don't remember either. Like what I said to you for the first 10 minutes talking to you, Crickets, was just me being stupid. I was just saying random stuff, and then we got into it, and then this guy over here
Mhm.
saying random stuff, man. He's smoking and shit. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm such a bad influence on the internet.
All the kids are gonna
Well,
start smoking to be cool like you.
I don't do it
SeaWorld
on
is bad.
camera, so you know.
Animal captivity's bad. SeaWorld's bad. Change my mind. You're wrong.
Yeah, so like but like I mean the point I was trying to get at was that like we only understand animals as far as our human experiences go. So
I mean,
like you were saying quite strongly that like we understand animals and like just full stop. Um kind of like when Cricket I think like slightly pressed back and you were pretty adamant
my bad.
that we understand we
Let him
understand
press back.
exactly what animals think.
Give me Cricket's wrath.
That,
Let him
that
at
we
me.
that we understand what animals think. No, I don't think
I
we do.
no, but he was saying that we pretty much understand. Um, I mean, like he was saying we understand, and you were kind of like, well, maybe not 100%, and he was like, no.
I think we already ended up agreeing on that one.
Uh,
I think we somewhat
I would
understand their
say,
behavior.
well, like my point was, we probably understand way less than what is actually going on because it doesn't map onto human experience.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean it doesn't map onto human experience? Like why
Like,
not? Like we were animals too. We were just as stupid as a turtle at some point, right? Like why does it not map onto us?
Because we like to to kind of quote a meme, we live in a society. But like the deeper meaning to that is
But
that because we live in a society versus living out on our own, like the rules change. Like
Cricket,
would
stop laughing. Stop laughing, dude. I'm muting. I'm mute. I continue. I'm sorry.
like would you agree that like
No.
living in a society changes the rules from
Yes, I
meat
agree
to
with
be
that,
animalistic versus like
dude.
having a little bit more like flexibility in like what we should or what we can do.
Okay, I don't remember the actual point of this conversation. I think I've said that
Uh,
like 6 times. I've only been here for like 10
I
minutes.
think I can try
But
to.
okay, yeah, you got this. All you.
Okay, so we have biological categories of male and female, and then we also have social cultural categories of men and women. Is where I think we're trying to get to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those
Maybe.
are
I don't think it's maybe.
like almost perfectly overlapping, but not quite. Like they did like not 100% of humans fit
So like
perfectly.
I think if society never arose and we were all just like basically living like animals, I think we wouldn't have this idea of gender. Like or we might, but we wouldn't consider it to be relevant.
Wait, Cricket, you had more to say, didn't you?
I always have more to say. I'll go.
Okay,
I would never shut up
hey,
if
you
that
got
was my
this. Now you
criteria.
Oh
got
wait,
this.
uh,
Give me a 10-minute one. Let's go.
did I cut you off?
No.
Oh, like okay. I thought you finished, and that's why I
No,
started
I
talking.
did. I stopped to let
Oh,
you go.
okay. Well, Mr. Muffin, you
I was
bad.
hyping him up. I was hyping
No,
him up, dude. I thought he was ready. I thought he was just gonna go in.
No.
Okay, man.
That is not what my personality is like. I don't tend to just go in and monologue on anybody.
You should, dude.
I
You have the
should.
face for it.
I have the
Yeah.
face for it. Why is that?
wait, cricket, cricket.
My bad. My bad.
You,
What's that?
you can filibuster the
I don't
the
want to.
panel.
I want to have a conversation. I don't want to give a speech.
True.
Yeah, but
What
like
was this conversation about? Or like you
uh,
say, okay, Cricket says
I mean,
we're
like
still talking about like
initially it was about
gender and animals. So,
immutable
all right,
characteristics, but
Yeah, we start.
okay, all right, I'm focused.
Okay, so I mean, the reason I thought you wanted to talk about that is because you were going on the question of like what is a woman, right?
Mhm.
So it sounded to me
Yep.
like you were trying to get me to produce like the one definitive answer to what is a woman that everybody's going to agree on, but I dispute that any such thing exists.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like there's tons of characteristics that like put together like define quote unquote woman, but like a lot of them are interchangeable, and like if you don't have certain ones, like you aren't necessarily excluded from being under the category of woman, right?
Not right. Like what do you mean by that? You're saying there's categories where you can be a woman or not a woman and then not be excluded under the categories of being a woman. That's kind of what you said. That doesn't make any sense. You're
Okay,
saying there's a
go ahead.
yeah, okay. You're saying there's a definition
Mhm.
of a word that
Mhm.
allows you to be put under a category of a word in some instances of that definition of a word sometimes. Like
Yeah.
that's what? It's a word, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's there's many examples of words that apply
Okay,
sometimes
all
in
right.
some situations and not in
so
others.
okay,
Like what?
Okay, so you both agree the definition
Mr.
of a
Muffin,
woman isn't a
what is
real definition.
okay,
No. That
so
is not what I. No, I think you're misunderstanding like the whole concept of a definition. If you think it just has to apply everywhere at all times and everybody has to agree on it, that just isn't how
Yeah,
definitions work.
if there's a no, that's exactly how definitions work.
It is
That's
not.
actually
Mr. Muffin, Mr.
That's
Muffin,
okay.
I,
Name a definition that changes. Give me a
Mr. Muffin,
definition that
I
changes.
want to I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
How long is long hair?
Well, I mean, that's subject. Like, is an elephant big? Compared to what?
But
Is
there's a
hair long?
definition word. It must have a definition.
Oh, that's a good point. All right, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
And
But
to address your
I see what
question,
you're doing. No, that's a good point.
to
You
address
got it,
your
Chris.
question more directly, you were asking like what's the definitions of words that change. I mean,
Okay.
okay, I can give you specific examples, and I will in a minute. But first of all, I just want to point out
Okay.
it should be extremely obvious if you looked at just like historical English. Like people in the 1600s did not talk the same way that we
Okay.
talk today. Our language has changed pretty significantly. But if you even just want examples from within
Right.
my lifetime, I mean, I'm 43 years old, and today friend is a verb. That was not true 20 years ago.
Okay.
You know, like.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so what is the current definition of woman?
There isn't just one. That's what I keep saying. Like.
Okay, so what are the definitions of women? If there's multiple, can you give me some
Okay, yeah,
multiple?
I can give you different ones that I've heard from different people. Sure. So some people will
Alright,
just
cool.
say like adult human female, and they'll be very like biological essentialist about it. And this is the
Okay.
impression that I think.
What
that,
do you mean essential? What do you mean essential?
Like they basically just
Essential.
want to go by like XY chromosome versus XX chromosome, and to say like if you are XY then you're male, if you're
Okay.
XX then you're female. Like,
So you
like
have some people that define the definition biologically, and some people who don't.
yeah, but even more specifically
Okay.
than that, because even just to say that biologically, like if people say biologically, what they really usually mean is chromosomally, and they're like overlooking other aspects of biology.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? So some people will do that.
Yeah.
Then other people will say it's entirely self-identification. Like if you sincerely identify as a woman, then you are one. Like some people will say
Right.
that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then some people will say like it's a social class of people, and if you fit into society as a woman and you fit in as part of that group, then you're a woman,
Okay.
right? And different
Okay,
people
yep.
will use these in different contexts,
Okay.
and I don't want to say any of them are necessarily wrong, right? Because the people
No,
are allowed to
that's
use a
but
word in
that's
different
but
ways.
that's wrong. No, but that's wrong. Because 2 out of the 3 definitions you gave,
Mhm.
you said women are women. There's only one where you didn't.
Okay, but I can one of the two definitions that you pointed out, I have the same objection that you do, and the other one I don't, right?
Well, no,
So
one you said was biological, and the other 2 you
I
said
know.
they're women because they're women.
No,
That's not a
no, I did
definition
not.
because you're using the word in the definition. No,
No,
you
I
did.
know, I understand. I gave you
I-
two different social definitions, and in one and
Okay.
in both of those cases, I understand. I used the word woman while explaining what it is, right? And in
Right,
one of
which
those
is
cases,
wrong.
it's okay. But you want to listen to what I want to say? Have to say about it?
I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
For the two different definitions that you gave, you're objecting to both of them on the
I
same
didn't give
grounds,
one.
and I'm saying that in one of those two social definitions, I agree with you. I have the same objection that you have, and in the other one, I don't, because I think in one of those cases, I can give you the same definition without using the word woman, and in the other case, I can't.
Okay. So if you're going to use the word in the definition,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to dismiss it.
Okay. I understand that's what you're saying, right? And in one of those cases, I agree with you. The self-identification one, I have the same problem with. I like.
Okay, what was the other one? Because I also think you said women.
I may have used the word, but I could give you an equivalent definition that doesn't use the word. And I think that to object to it on those grounds is essentially to just say that like that perhaps I didn't use the best choice of words when giving you the definition, but I think
Well, of course you if you use the word in the definition, of course you use the wrong choice of words.
Okay, perhaps I did, but I'm gonna ask you to like understand what I'm trying to say to you, and not just
Okay.
like say like because I didn't choose every single word as precisely as best I could have, right?
Well, just one word, not every word, just one. The
Okay,
word
but
you
no,
were
no, no,
trying to define,
but you're
just to clarify.
currently picking on just one word, but you're not limited to having only picked on one word, right? Like
Well,
if you
no,
wanted
no,
to,
no. I
you
am
could go
limited.
through every.
The word you're trying to define.
But okay, but
Of course, I'm
but
limited
you
to just
could go through every single word in my definition and go like, but is that really the best word that you could have said? You know what I
Well,
mean?
depending on the word that you use.
Yeah, you could, and but that
Like,
is
for
literally
example,
what you're doing in this case, and in this case, it's I used the word, and perhaps I shouldn't have, but I don't think that the fact that I used that word means like, on the one hand, it's true that you shouldn't take the literal word for word definition I give you and say that that's the best possible definition. But on the other hand, I think you should take a slightly charitable interpretation of what I'm saying in a that you can interpret this in a way that it does make sense, and substitute like the different
Why would
words.
why would I
I
take a charitable definition? Why would I take a charitable definition of a
Because you're
word?
trying to understand what I'm telling you, or are you?
Yeah, but if I don't understand the words that you use in that definition, then
Okay,
of
okay.
course I don't know what you're saying.
If you say that you don't understand what I meant when I was talking about a social group, I think I don't believe you that you don't understand it. I think you're objecting on like a
Well,
super
you're
nitpicky
saying,
ground. But
well, you said a woman is a part of a social group.
I'm saying that there is a social group which we call women, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. This is a social. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree.
Okay. So there we go. So no, you know.
Okay, but what are the makeups of that social group?
Okay, the makeups of that social group are the particular people who are members of it, and if you want to talk about like how do people know which group, such as, I mean, do you want me to just start naming individual women or what?
Okay, so women are a part of that social group that
Yeah,
defines
correct.
women. Okay, so what's a
Wait,
woman?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the last thing you said? I missed
You
it.
said defining a woman, it's a part of a social group
No,
that
no,
makes up women.
no,
So what is a woman?
Now you're
Oh, okay,
inserting
okay.
the word
All right,
into
my
the
bad.
definition when I
Okay,
didn't.
all right. That is my fault then. That was my fault.
Okay, I said there exists a social group which is comprised of the people that we call women, right? Can we agree that this is
A social group made up of people we call women.
yeah?
You're defining women.
No. I didn't tell you that I'm defining women. I'm asking you
Okay,
to
so what
agree
are
or
you
disagree
defining?
with the proposition that there exists a social group, a social
Okay, I
cultural
understand.
group
I understand.
of people who we call women,
All right,
right?
I understand. That's my fault.
Okay,
That's my fault.
and
It's fine. Yes, I get
one
it.
of the definitions of the word could be that they are simply a member of that social group, right?
No,
No.
no, because if you say there's a social group and the definition is part of that social group, you are not defining the
No, okay, but
subgroup
okay.
at
So
all.
then, in
You're
that
not
case,
defining the
I
subgroup.
challenge you to do that with any other social group, right? Like I could say
Okay,
there's a social.
there's a social group of the KKK members, and some of those people are white.
I understand, but
Some of
that's not a
those,
definition of being a KKK member.
no, it's a sub definition.
No, it's not even a sub
Some
definition. It's just
no,
a
yes,
description of what many of those people are. It's not a definition of being a KKK member.
no, but some of those people in the KKK are white.
Yeah, but you're not defining it by saying that. It may be a
Okay,
true fact about them, but it's not a definition.
white people are born with the skin color of being the color white.
Oh, what are you trying to say with that?
You're saying there's a sub definition of women, or sorry, a sub definition of people, and some of those people are women.
No. I'm saying there is
So
a social.
I'm saying
there is a social group, the membership of
there's
which
a social.
is one of the definitions of being a woman.
So there's a social group, and in that social group there are women. Okay, define women. Because
No.
there's a social group in the KKK, and some of them
Listen,
are white, and they are born
you've
white
already got
with
a
white
problem
skin
because
color.
no.
Human beings born with
Wait,
white
okay,
skin color.
No,
okay,
there's a problem
what?
because when you're
There's a
repeating back the
social-
definition that I'm giving you, you're not getting it right. You're changing the words of it every time you repeat it back.
Okay, so can you define a woman?
Oh, I've given you 3 already. I've given you 3 different definitions, and I'm telling you people do not agree on which of the definitions to use, and you are literally here making my point by disagreeing with the definitions I'm giving you.
Okay, so if you disagree on a definition, does that mean it's true or false?
No, definitions are not true or false. They are not propositions. They cannot be true or
Okay.
false.
I think a wheelbarrow is a vehicle with an engine and 4 wheels, can consume gasoline to produce energy and move.
Okay, that's
It's a
not what
wheelbarrow.
most people mean by wheelbarrow, but it's not objectively wrong to use it that way.
Okay, so my car is now a wheelbarrow.
You can call it that if you like.
Yeah, but I'm not wrong.
Oh, well,
correct.
okay.
No, you're
so
not wrong, but you're likely to end up engendering a bunch of misunderstandings if you call it that, because other people won't know what you mean when you say that.
So it's not wrong.
It's not wrong, but it's
Okay, so a plastic container filled with water with a cap on top that you unscrew to consume the water, that's a school bus.
I mean, you can name it and literally anything you want. It's just like
It's
people
wrong.
are. It's just people. It's not wrong.
It's wrong.
Wait. So
it's a
so
water bottle, bro.
No. Well, why is it right to call it a water
be
bottle?
A kerosene jug.
It's
Because that's how we defined it.
no.
And
But
there's
now
no
you're going
definitional
circular. If you're gonna tell me that,
All right. If you think that.
No, but it literally is true. Like, if you're going to tell me that the definition of a water bottle is correct because that's how we defined it, and why did we define it that way? Because that's how we defined it, right? Like, this is literally what you're doing, just to tell me that definition is right.
Yes.
Because
okay, so you're like looping.
A definition of
like
a
water
definition
bottle
of a
could
woman
also not maybe be plastic. It could be glass.
There isn't just like one
True.
specific particular name that's the correct name to give to this object. It's just there's a name that most people give to it, and if you want those people to understand you, you should probably use that name. But that name isn't the right name or the wrong name. It's just the name that people recognize.
I think I have a good analogy for this thing. Okay, so would you understand me if I gave you the classification of a white person?
Would I understand you?
Mm-hmm. If I said a white person, would you know what I meant?
You said person, good enough. You're talking about me, maybe? Talking about cricket? I don't know.
Yeah. Now, go back 100 years. Would all those people who are considered white today be considered white 100 years ago?
Yep.
The answer is actually no.
According to who? Definitions are subjective. I can make up
Exactly.
the definition.
That's the point.
I'm not wrong.
That's literally the point.
So think of it this way. Wait. So if I call you both women, I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong, but people are likely to misunderstand what you're saying.
Okay, so you're both women.
I mean, you could say that. I don't think you believe it. I think you're saying it just to...
No, I believe you're both women.
But you don't.
You're both women. I don't believe you're both women.
I don't think you do.
I don't even know what a woman is.
Okay, do you know what a woman is?
Yeah.
Hell no. No one's been able to explain it to me.
Wait, okay,
I got four different definitions for a woman. I got four different definitions for a woman.
I think it's because you're misunderstanding the function of a definition. It's just like a definition, like the point is...
what you create. It's just random things that you create. A submarine
that's how
is
they
a woman.
originate, yes.
A definition is an agreed upon understanding of a word.
It's pattern recognition.
If you don't understand the definition of it, so like if I say, a random word like Flugelherb, right? Okay. And you don't know what I'm talking about, right? But if I continually say like, oh, I got something in my Flugelherb. And like, oh, I see through my Flugelherb. Now you kind of have an understanding that maybe when I say Flugelherb, I mean I.
Okay.
Right?
And this is how people learn words.
So Flugelherb, if I go like out onto the street and I say Flugelherb, it will mean nothing because like kind of the same way before I gave you context. You didn't know what I meant, right?
Yeah, but it's just those people that hear it aren't familiar with it.
We come to an understanding of the word Flugelherb to mean I.
Completely agree. Yep.
But Flugelherb doesn't actually mean I.
Right. No, but I disagree with that. I think I think it does if you repeatedly use it that way, and this is why different languages have different words for eyes.
We come to an understanding between people of a definition of a word, right? That's why we have disagreements on what woman means, because different people have different understandings, and we're trying to get to an understanding of what woman is. Because, like before, women basically mapped onto sex, right? Like gender was basically you're assigned
I think that's still in the words. I think that's like a modern day argument. Because I'm actually not sure about that. It's gender and sex.
Yeah, because 100 years ago, men, woman basically meant male, female, right?
Yeah, and before the
Yeah.
1800s, they
Yeah.
hadn't even discovered chromosomes, so anybody before
Yeah.
that was definitely not using a chromosomal definition of who was a man and woman. Like,
But even if they
But
were
like
or
we still
weren't, just
had
the
we had
word,
a understanding of
so it
man
doesn't
and
matter.
woman, right? Like you read Shakespeare and they say man, they say woman, but nobody knew about chromosomes. No one knew like
Right.
fucking biology.
right.
So
Right.
if like let's just
Well-
say someone like a trans person fully post-op were to be time traveled back into Shakespeare's
Oh,
days.
bro, you are a terrible fucking host, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Well, I'm
Bro,
not
what you
I'm not a
talking
host
about?
here though.
Oh, true. Wait, I'm the guest, and I shouldn't be here.
Like
Oh, fuck, my bad.
it was just like
Oh,
a
fuck.
conversation. So like
Oh,
no
fuck.
one's the
My bad.
host really.
Wait, I'm not supposed to be here. Fuck. Okay, yeah, continue.
But yeah, so like if a post-op
My bad.
trans person goes back in time to Shakespeare's day,
You could just
they
kick
would be
me. I'm sorry,
considered a
Cricket.
woman, right?
That's fine, dude.
Bro, me and Cricket
Like
are having a
all,
moment here.
all Shakespeare
Peep
actors
show.
were men. Yeah, that's true.
Wait,
There were no
really?
women.
Wait.
in
Wait, really?
Shakespeare.
In like any play?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they all had men playing the female characters, yes.
Oh shit! I think
Yep.
I
But
might have.
it
known
doesn't
that.
matter if it's
That's
Shakespeare.
interesting.
The point is, like, if you went to 1600s England and
But
like,
anyway, okay.
like a person,
based on this
a
guy's-
passing trans person who's had surgery and everything, is the like back then, they would just see this person and say this is a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they say that?
Because the way that they identified women back then is just based on their expectations of what a woman is like. Like they grew up learning like these people that are in this category are men, these people that are in this category are women, and then they just do pattern recognition. You know, it's like I recognize these characteristics in this group, I recognize these characteristics in this other group, and then if they just recognize a bunch of those same characteristics in the same person that they're much more characteristic of one group than the other, then they're just going to say this, you know, that person is a woman or that person is a man, whichever one.
So it's 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone would identify every single animal in the entire world and its sex based off of male and female other than human beings. We just completely changed the definition for human beings, and that's it. That's it.
No, we have
Male,
an additional.
female, sex
we have
on
an
every.
additional characters.
No,
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
an
exactly. We have,
So
two, we have two additional.
No,
groups.
still have male and
wait.
female.
Wait. We changed the definition for just humans. Look it up. Every
Yeah,
animal
no, I
you look
agree.
up,
The
male or
definition-
female, or yeah, okay. So
No,
if you're gonna change a male or female, change it for every animal.
But that's not the definition
Eh.
that changed. The definition that changed is the word gender, because people used to use it synonymously with sex and
Use
now-
gender too. Use gender on any animal. Tell me
I know.
fine,
What
bud.
I'm saying is
I'm
is
an
that
asshole. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say bud. That was actually kind of rude.
Okay,
I apologize.
wait.
That was actually really rude. No,
Muffin,
let me apologize to Cricket. I'm sorry. That was actually rude. Bud is rude. I'm like half your age. I'm a fucking asshole. Sorry. Okay,
Mr.
continue.
Muffin.
I'm sorry.
I don't care about being called bud. I do care about being interrupted repeatedly, but that's okay. You can go ahead.
Would you
All right, fair.
you
Sorry.
look at a male lion and call it a man?
Yeah, why not? It's got a dick.
I wouldn't.
I don't care what you think. It's got a penis, bro. It's a male.
Yeah, it's male. It's not a man.
It's a big ass man with a big ass perm, a big ass penis, big ass man lion, baby. Big man lion.
Fair enough. But
Fair
you,
enough.
you do understand that definition is probably more like your own definition than like the rest of society, right?
No.
If I say man,
Completely
if I
disagree.
say man, you all automatically understand I'm talking about a human.
No. Completely disagree.
Okay, then you're the exception.
If you were
don't
to
think that
So if you were to say, all right, so this is a female lion.
Mhm.
What do
Yeah.
you think?
A female, not a woman lion.
This is a woman lion. What do you think?
I would think you're weird.
This is a woman tiger. What do you think?
Like that just sounds so.
I wouldn't
fucking
even
wrong.
know. It's like, are you saying this is
woman
a female tiger, or are you saying that this is a woman who is like a tiger, or like it would confuse me?
This is a
Actually,
girl. This is a girl
if you-
tiger. What do you
If you
think?
said a woman tiger,
Have you ever heard of a
I'm going
tiger
to
mom?
be thinking about like a anthropomorphic,
Tiger mom. This man.
anthropomorphic, like a humanized version.
Yeah,
of,
maybe you're a furry.
like
All right.
like
So
a
you
like
said
a tiger
woman
with
tiger.
like big ass titties and like a badonkadonk, you know?
All right. Solemn.
Those are the thoughts you put in my head, man.
All right, so this is a woman tiger, right? What is a woman?
A tiger, apparently.
Facts.
We just settled it. We
I don't know.
solved trans issues when women are tigers.
I like you guys. I think we disagree, but I like you guys.
Thank you.
I think that definitions will
Yeah. Okay.
change. Okay. Oh, wait.
Wait.
Yo,
Sen in my chat did bring up something very interesting, and
all right. Let me hear
he
it.
says that we are being uncharitable to your position because we do use gendered terms for animals. I'm assuming they mean like if there's
Let's
a male.
go.
We do,
male
but
lion.
VIP that guy.
Do we use man or women?
VIP that guy.
No,
He's on my side.
100% do not. Like
you know what?
sure.
You know what I have heard?
I don't either. Fuck that guy.
I've heard boy and girl used to refer to animals. I've heard like that's a good boy, right?
Sure, yeah.
With, like dogs and cats, right?
Yeah.
But
That's
like,
true.
So I can give you that one.
Wait,
I can give you that one.
Would you say man lion when like just?
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Stop.
Hmm?
I wouldn't. But is it wrong? Too.
I would say yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna link you guys something in chat in just a minute here.
Okay. I love you guys because if I have this conversation with anyone else, I'm fucking permabanned instantly.
Yeah, no, like I think
I'm about
this
to
is
sub
very
to both of
interesting.
you, bro.
I would say
once a
maybe
month.
like I would say maybe like consider toning down a little bit when pushing back.
Hell no.
Like
Hell no,
like
bro.
no, wait.
Chad. I'm gonna push back. I'm sorry. I'm retarded.
No, like just wait until someone's finished their point and then push back on their point.
Okay, I agree with you. And if I didn't do that, it's because I'm an alcoholic. So you got to give me the benefit
That
of
is
the doubt,
fair.
babe.
That is
Gotta
fair.
give me-
Which is why I did not kick you out of my Discord.
Oh, you got the
Because
extra
while-
charitability for being an alcoholic.
While
Okay,
I'm not the
Wait, that
host
actually
of
kinda
this
makes me
panel,
sad.
while I'm not the host of this panel, I am the owner of the server.
I linked
Yeah,
the
that
thing.
actually-
It's the man scorpion.
Where'd you link it?
In the Discord chat, right? You know, like in the top
General?
right corner, you can go to show chat.
Wait.
I don't see where.
Mr. Muffin, you could have. I mean, no, actually, you couldn't.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I was gonna say you could refute our entire argument by saying Spider-Man, but like that's still a human.
Shit,
So,
Spider-Woman did Wonder Woman.
Yeah, they're still human though. Like, I actually know
nah.
Wonder Woman is. Wait, Wonder Woman is human.
She's a wonder and a
Yes.
woman.
Nah, she is. No, wait,
No,
that's a good
like,
argument.
I was like,
Wait, this is a good
she's not an
conversation.
alien, right? She's not an alien.
She's not an
right?
alien.
Alright.
She's
Okay.
All right, this is a good conversation.
But Superman. Now that is wrong.
I gotta
Alright,
go.
this is a good. Wait. This is a good conversation. I'm also a sexist. Okay. Okay, not really. Don't ban me, please. Don't. I was just kidding. It was a prank, bro. No, but okay. When modern TV shows and movies and shit, they make superheroes
Mhm.
based off of already existing male superheroes.
Mhm.
Spider-Woman, Batwoman,
Mhm.
or it's like Superman. It's like Superwoman. Dude,
Yeah.
I love women. Okay, I'm straight, not gonna lie. Anyway, but why not just create their own heroes? Like the Black Panther. Bro, they didn't take a current superhero, which most films and most stuff are pretty racist. They're all white people. I agree. I understand that. It's pretty fucked
Well, I
up.
wouldn't say racist.
They didn't.
But yeah.
No, I
Not
think they're kind.
diversified,
No,
yeah.
I think they're kind of racist. I think they're kind of racist because they're all white people. They're all white people. All the superheroes are white people. So Black Panther, they didn't create Black Spider-Man. They didn't create.
I mean,
Black-
We
they
also
did,
have
but-
Black Spider-Man though. So
Okay, that's different. That's a villain. It's a villain, bro. Chill it out real quick. I'm just saying. No, but like, I don't know. I just
you're
think
talking
it's
like
kinda weird to-
She-Hulk
like-
and stuff.
Like I understand.
Wait, She-Hulk?
Yeah.
She-Hulk is a character.
Like the movie's
yeah.
coming out soon.
Fuck,
yeah.
I'm uneducated. Wait, She-Hulk's a real movie?
No, it's not. It's not a movie.
I mean,
it's a
it was
comic book
a
character.
comic book. No, the movie is coming
okay.
out in the
Oh, is
next
it?
year or so.
Oh, I
yeah,
didn't know that.
I saw a trailer for it.
Okay, in my opinion, I think that's fucking stupid.
Like, how do you feel about like
'Cause you were-
Ms.
you were-
Pac-Man or?
Bro, you are feeding off of media or like entertainment sourced by some sort of male protagonist. Create your own shit. You're better than that. Women, you are better than that. Minorities, you are better than that. Don't just feed off of the current white male agenda, dude. That shit's cringe. I don't want to watch Superwoman. I want to watch fucking some woman who's a complete badass. Don't relate yourself with Superman. Don't relate yourself with Spider-Man or Batman, Batwoman. Don't do that, dude. Create your own shit.
I I I
My
don't
opinion.
know if I would say that it's a new thing though, because like
It's
one
not.
could
It's
argue,
not. It's
yeah, like
not. Create your new thing. You're leeching. They're
like
leeching.
fucking
It's
the
weird.
the whole like the Superman extended
You,
family
you know
for
what?
one.
I'm not a
It's just like
fan of
what the
those
fuck.
characters, but I think if other people are, it's fine. If people really
Oh,
want to see
agreed.
Supergirl, then okay, whatever.
Agreed. Okay,
Yeah. Like
Cricket.
Sen Streams from chat also had something very interesting to say. He said, "I think
Okay.
using fictional characters to talk about gender is actually very interesting. We understand Spider-Man to
Oh
be a
shit.
guy without having chromosomes or even being real."
True.
This is a thing
So
that I've argued with
like
True.
with.
like I was actually gonna bring up,
True.
you have Zelda in your profile picture. Is Zelda a
That's
woman?
not Zelda. It's Link, bro.
It's not like
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, if Link was a woman, right?
Bro, she's 16,
Or
bro.
no, if
Skip.
Zelda was a woman.
No, skip, bro. She's 16. She's underage. Fuck off, bro.
I mean, no one said you had to put her, you, you know.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Fuck.
But like yeah,
What did he ask? I'll answer.
when we have fictional characters who are like, like
Underage.
computer generated or like just like drawn, right? Like they don't have chromosomes. They don't have like, basically they just, all we have is the aesthetic. But
Okay.
we do have some idea of
Mhm.
gender, right?
Mhm.
I got a
For
good
sure.
one for
That
you.
that is aside from their biology, because they have no biology.
I got a good one
So,
for you. If you ever hear conservatives
okay.
say that they think your sex is determined entirely by chromosomes, that you're only like XY if you're male and XX if you're female, ask them why they call
Okay.
God a male. Does God have XY chromosomes?
Good question. I feel like a lot of, probably not most, but I think a good amount
Well,
would be able
I
to
think
agree with that they don't actually know.
I mean, their
That's probably
argument would
wrong.
be
That's probably wrong. They're probably all stupid.
like,
Yo, fuck
it's
Christians.
blasphemous to try and understand personal identities of God.
Well, God is
They would just say,
canonically male though.
yeah, fuck that, bro. They probably all
It
believe that he's a
is it
male and
though?
they're fucking
Hmm.
dumb. They're
Yeah,
fucking
because
dumb.
the original source material has him as canonically male.
Okay, anyway,
Hmm.
wait. Let me go back to my video game topic. I'm not a pedophile. Fuck
Mhm.
you.
Sure.
Okay. Oh,
Based.
it's a video game.
So
If these
therefore they
characters,
cannot be women, right?
no, it's a video game. Okay. Right. If it's an anime or whatever, that's fine.
Okay,
If the
so
if the
here,
characters, no, I'm
no,
gonna answer your question.
I was
If
gonna
the
tangent.
characters give their age, or if the characters have some sort of backstory or whatever about their age, and they
Mhm.
are underaged, you're wrong. They are a child. You shouldn't do anything to them. Okay. So
But
my profile picture, I think, is like 16. It's just a
is that
profile
not
picture. I've
trans ageism?
Yeah, of course it's
Because
ageism. Because
no,
if you're not of
trans
age,
ageism.
I don't care
Because
if it's trans
if a
ageism.
piece
It
of
doesn't
work
matter.
if a
They're
piece
not
of
of
work is
age.
18 years
Fuck
old,
you.
but
I don't care if
the
I don't care if
subject of the
no.
art is
Fuck
still.
you. Nah, fuck you. If
But
if a drawing is of a 12-year-old, you're a pedophile. Fuck you. I don't care. Fuck you. You're a terrible person. Go
Well,
to
if
jail.
someone's a
If a
pedophile,
drawing is
how
of a 13-year-old and you jerk off to that, go to jail. Fuck you. You're a pedophile. I don't care. I don't care.
Mhm.
Cricket, back me up, bro.
no, I don't want to send people to jail for for being
Jerking off to a
non-offending
12-year-old?
pedophiles.
Jerking off to a 12-year-old? You don't want to send him to jail?
No, I want him to get some kind of like help or be institutionalized or something like
Oh, like the
or
electric
some
chair?
kind of like a
Like
sex
murdered?
offender program or something like.
I
I,
disagree. I disagree.
okay,
Okay,
I think
sorry,
if they
finish. I'm
actually
an
abuse a
asshole.
child, send them to prison. But if they fantasize about it, I don't want to imprison people for fantasizing.
Okay, but you can't imprison someone for fantasizing. You fucking
I mean, that
potato. You
is
have to
that
have
not
some
what
sort
Well,
of
you're
proof.
proposing?
yeah.
No,
If
if they jerked off to it,
to
it's
Okay,
not
but
fantasizing.
did it?
art
Okay,
Masturbating to
the
an.
or
implication
to
is that they're
actual,
fantasizing about the
All
thing
right,
that they're
how old are
jerking
you?
off to. Me, 43.
Okay, do you have a kid?
No.
Okay, if you had a kid who was
Mhm.
6 years old, okay, and someone drew a picture of your daughter who was 6 years old, okay, now
Mhm.
someone takes that picture and jerks off to it and
Mhm.
comes in the picture.
Mhm.
You think they should go to jail or have a trial?
No,
Maybe get off.
um,
Maybe be fine. Nothing happens to him.
no.
He
I
jerked
mean,
off
none of
to
the
a
above. I
drawing
mean,
of your 6-year-old daughter.
I think they need to get some kind of help to be in some kind of like I don't know exactly what the treatment program is for pedophiles, but they should be in some
Okay.
kind of treatment program for it and not be
Okay.
imprisoned for without having.
Okay. So let's say someone has a picture of your 6-year-old daughter and he
Mhm.
jerks off to it and comes on the picture.
I
Should
mean,
he
did
go
I
to
just
jail?
answered this question? Like,
Okay, so you're cool with that.
no, that's not what I said. That
Well, you don't think he should go to jail.
yeah, correct. I don't think you should go to jail when you didn't like actually offend against anyone.
Yeah, I think people who jerk off to 6-year-olds shouldn't go to
the
jail.
person who took the picture
Bro,
and
bro,
distributed
what?
it, like, definitely needs some
That's true.
punishment.
Dude,
I'd have questions about how did they get this picture, and that might be like a legal
okay,
problem.
so
But
you think 50-year-old men who jerk off to 6-year-old kids shouldn't
Need
go to
help.
jail?
no, I think they need to be in probably some kind of treatment program. I don't think they need to go to jail for that.
Yeah, 50-year-old men who jerk off to 6-year-old kids
I mean, you're
shouldn't go
asking
to
the same
jail.
question over and over and over and over and over. You're gonna get the same
No,
answer
no, no,
over and
that was a
over.
statement. That was not a question. That was just a statement so everyone can hear it. You think 50-year-old men who jerk off to 6-year-old kids should not go to jail? Just making sure that we all heard it.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, I
like, correct.
agree.
That's it. This is like,
Yeah, you just think that's normal.
no, it's not
No,
normal. But that isn't what I said. I didn't say it's normal. I
You
didn't
think
say
it's fine? No,
this
you
is a
don't think it's
false
normal. You think it's fine.
dichotomy
no. I didn't
versus
say it's fine either.
jail or
Well,
okay.
you don't think they
Like
should go to jail.
No, because the
said they
dichotomy
shouldn't go
is
to
not
jail.
just they go to jail or else it's completely fine. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't have to be
sorry.
one or
I'll
the other of
rephrase it.
those
I'll rephrase that.
things.
All right. 50-year-old men jerking off to child porn should not go to jail.
Uh,
That's what you said.
Not for jerking off to, maybe for having the child porn
That's
if that's
what you
illegal,
said.
right? Like,
That's what
but
you
if they
said,
just
though.
okay, if
No,
they
but
just
that's
sit,
what you said the other two times. Even
I
though
mean,
I misrepresented it, that's what you said.
no, what? No,
A
no, no, no.
fifty-year-old
I have a
jerking
problem
off
with
to
people.
child porn
I have a problem with them obtaining child
shouldn't go to
porn.
jail.
I have a problem with them obtaining child porn. I don't have a problem with them fantasizing about it. Or like not a legal problem with it, right? I don't think they should be put in jail for fantasizing about the children and jerking off.
No, but
No.
we're not talking about fantasizing.
You are talking about fantasizing. You are.
No, 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 no. My hypothetical was if you had a daughter and they had a picture and then they jerked off to it, and you said that's fine.
No, I
That's
did
not
not say that's
That's
fine.
not.
No, 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 no. You've attributed that
That
to me
is
like
what
4
you
different
said.
times, and no, that is not what I said.
Are
No, it is
either
not
of you
what I said.
recording? Do we have the VOD? Do either of you have the VOD? Because that's literally exactly.
No, no,
what you
no.
said.
I
no,
I
the
not only
three
not only
times.
is that not what I
Okay.
said, but I fought you on it like 3 different times now. I've said repeatedly that is not what I said. I said they shouldn't go to jail. That's not the same as saying that it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Do you
So,
understand the
people
difference between those two things?
Right. So
Like-
people
like-
that jerk off to child porn shouldn't go to jail.
That's what I said. And then every time I say
Okay.
that, you're like, oh, so you just think it's
So-
completely fine and normal? And I'm like, no,
Okay.
that isn't the same thing as
Right.
what I said.
So adults jerking off to your daughter, who is 6, shouldn't go to jail.
I mean, how many fucking times are you going to ask this question? I've answered
Okay,
this
so
like
you said
10
no.
different
Okay,
times.
yeah. So you said I was just trying to completely make sure that you're okay with a 50-year-old man jerking off to
No,
your
I did
6-year-old
not
daughter.
say that I'm okay with it.
okay, so
This
You
is
said no. Sorry. You didn't say you were okay with it. You said they shouldn't go to jail.
yes.
yeah. So
And that's not the same thing.
Okay, so what is the punishment?
What is it? Nobody should be punished for jerking off. They should be like if
Okay,
they
so it's fine.
obtained child porn, then that's a problem.
Okay, so what is the punishment for that?
I don't know. I could look it up.
I'm asking you what you think the punishment should be.
I don't know. I haven't decided.
If someone jerks
Some-
off to
something,
your
though.
6-year-old daughter, what should the punishment
No,
be?
no, no,
'Cause you
no,
do
no.
not think it's jail. Because if I was a dad and someone
You're-
jerked off to my 6-year-old daughter,
This is
that punishment is death. I'm going to kill them. And you don't give a fuck. Go to
no,
jail. Oh, baby.
you're like
child
literally
porn.
not
Oh,
even listening to what I'm telling you. If that's what you
okay,
think
so
I've
what are you
said.
telling me? Okay, so say it because you haven't.
No,
said it once.
I've tried like 10 times, and you
No,
keep
you
repeating
haven't.
back to me
You haven't.
opinions that
You
are
haven't.
not
I
the
have
same
to
as
fill
what
in
I've
the
said.
information. Solemn.
And then
If I'm
you interrupt
wrong,
when I
if
try
I'm
to
wrong,
Like Mr.
Solemn.
Muffin,
If
Mr.
I'm,
Muffin, Mr.
I'll
Muffin.
apologize. I'll apologize. I'll stop talking.
Yeah, I think you need to just stop and actually listen to
Okay.
what he's saying. So he's not saying that because so what you're saying is that because they don't go to jail for doing it, then it's okay. They should be able to have free reign.
I dismissed that, by the way, already. But continue.
Yeah, so they because of that particular action. Of course, there are other things like how did they get it, blah 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 blah. But let's just say, for example, it's someone's drawing of
Sure.
the original one, right?
Sure.
Someone draws a picture. It doesn't even have any basis with any real person. They just drew
Sure.
whatever they thought a 6-year-old person would be, and somebody
Sure.
masturbated to it, right? No
Okay.
one has been harmed, but this is not something that we want society to continue doing, right? Do you agree?
So wouldn't you punish it?
So
If you don't want,
we need to get them help, because throwing them in jail does not stop them from wanting to do it, right?
right?
So
So
if
what
you
do you
throw
do to
them in
stop them
jail
from doing it?
and then they get out and then they start masturbating to the picture again, right?
Okay, so what do you do to stop them from doing it?
You get
They
them in a
need-
treatment program so that they can avoid offending in the future, and that they can learn to live with their condition in a way that doesn't hurt other people.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with someone jerking off to your child?
Okay, this is too stupid. At this point, I
That's
can't,
literally
like,
what you said.
No. This is like, not only is that not what I've said, but I've said no to that like 10 times. There's literally no way you could like listen to what I said and like still think that that's what it is. It does not make any sense that you that you could think that.
All right, I apologize.
I don't think it's okay. And I don't know how many times I can say that and have you.
All right, it's not okay. I agree with you. It's not okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
none of us here think it's okay, but like two of us here think that throwing them in jail is not going to solve the issue.
Okay, that's okay. Cricket, I'm stupid. That's what I meant. So you think it's not okay with throwing them in jail? That's what I meant. Thank you, Solemn. Holy shit, I'm stupid as fuck.
Yeah, like that. We were trying to get that.
6 times in a row, I'm stupid as fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's not okay, and in my mind, I think that meant throw them in jail.
No,
So
but
you
there
don't
are
think it should be
lots
in
of
jail.
things people do that are not okay that I don't want to throw them in jail for.
Okay, see, that's what I meant, dude. I'm fucking stupid. Thank you.
That's okay. Like
That's it. Okay, just don't throw them in jail.
I'm affording you a lot of
for me,
charitability
okay,
because of your condition.
Yeah. Hey, relax. Okay, sorry, Cricket. If I was a fucking dad and someone did anything like that to my kid,
I get it.
Yeah, so
kill
like
them.
yeah,
Kill them,
so-
in my opinion.
yeah,
Fucking
so-
murder them. You know what I mean?
I'd put you in prison for doing it.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
I agree.
like so
I
there,
murdered
there's,
someone. No,
there's,
I
there's
agree.
personal
I killed
like
someone, but I was okay
knee-jerk
with it. I would do
reactions.
it.
There's like knee-jerk reactions to things that we might want to do, but because we live in a society, we have to all agree that those actions are appropriate, right?
Yeah, hold on, Cricket.
Yeah.
Bro, you wouldn't put them in jail? You would try to
Depends.
reform
It depends
them?
what they did.
Okay, jerked off to a picture of a 6-year-old. You put them in jail, man? Or you wouldn't put them in jail. Sorry.
Right. So now there might be a problem with them having child porn, right? I'm willing to put somebody in jail for because
I don't actually know.
Okay, but if they just drew a picture of a little kid and jerked off to it, no, I don't want to put them in jail for that.
Oh, okay, but if they had child pornography,
then my problem with it isn't even with them jerking off to it, because if they have child pornography, then I think there's a punishment that they should receive regardless of whether they jerked off to it. I don't think them jerking off has any relevance to the punishment for that.
Like creating a market for things that would harm children, right?
Yes,
that's the issue.
There you go. So if somebody's going out,
that's why there's
child porn.
Yes,
They're
so
contributing
to
to like
me,
an
there's a
industry
big
that's
difference
abusing
between
children.
having, like, to me, there's a big difference between having actual child porn and having drawings of it. Because if there's drawings of it, like,
Well,
theoretically, no one's getting hurt by it. Whereas
it
if you
depends
are
how good the drawing is, right?
no,
What?
it doesn't.
What if the drawing is almost a 1-to-1?
Oh, of a real person?
Yeah. Yeah. So like if there was child porn and
Like,
someone was a really good artist and the picture almost completely described it 99.9% accurate, wouldn't that be just as bad?
No, I
Like
think it's
I
an
don't think so.
indication
I
of,
don't think so.
that the person who's doing it probably needs some kind of treatment.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
so they
like,
shouldn't be in trouble
no,
for it though.
okay, wait. So, Mr. Muffin, for example, it like
I'm
have
listening.
you ever seen artwork or fan art of celebrities,
Okay.
nude?
Sure.
If you sold those, should you be charged? Like, even if it was like really accurate, should you
Well,
be
it's different.
charged
It
for
depends on
selling
the age.
artwork of that celebrity?
Well, it depends on the age.
No, but
Depends on the age.
Okay, what if
No,
like, but we can make different issues with people's sexual problems, right? Like, what if you drew a picture of a celebrity getting raped, but it's like
Okay.
an adult celebrity getting raped, and then you like jerk off to that? Should you be in trouble for that?
Interesting question. I've never been proposed that. I'm not sure.
I don't think this is like
Damn.
any
That's
morally
interesting.
different from the question that you asked me 10 times in a row.
Whoa. A drawing of an underage person is completely different than the question you asked me.
From
well,
a
I mean, you're
drawing
still
of an
fantasizing
adult getting
about
raped.
If
like
you
like
masturbate
a
to
sexual crime, right?
if you masturbate to a drawing of an 11-year-old or masturbate to a drawing of a 20-year-old who is being raped, those are different questions.
I know they're
One, you're a
different,
pet.
but I'm
Yeah,
saying
one,
like,
you're a pedophile.
yes, I understand that like those
Yeah, that's
are
the
going to
difference.
appeal to a
So,
different group of people, but that's not an answer to what we should do about it when people do those things.
I think they're pedophiles.
What?
They should go to jail. They're pedophiles.
I mean, you can't put people in jail just for being a pedophile if they don't do like a thing that if they don't actually like attack someone.
Dude, that's okay.
If
This
they
is
don't attack
actually a good
someone or
conversation.
contribute to
This is
the.
a good this is a good conversation because of that. Okay, so what? Okay, so
This was almost our opening conversation, like with me and Cricket.
shit, fuck.
Yeah, we've done this one a couple times because we're starting off
Okay,
talking about
so-
immutable characteristics and whether people should be able to
So-
discriminate on immutable characteristics, and being a
Yeah.
pedophile is presumably an immutable characteristic.
Oh, shit. Damn, we going full circle, boys. Hey. So
Yeah,
so being a pedophile is only by definition and law being a pedophile. So if it's a drawing or an animation,
Mhm.
probably not pedophile.
so like
But
being
sorry,
a
not probably not. Sorry,
pedophile means you have an attraction towards a certain thing, right?
no,
But if you
not
never-
necessarily. Not necessarily, because if you don't have an attraction towards 11-year-olds, but you have a sex with 11-year-olds, you're still a pedophile and you go to jail.
No, that you're actually not a pedophile, but you
yeah.
are a child abuser, and you should go to jail
Yeah.
for being a child abuser, not for being a pedophile.
Fair enough.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Chris got it. Yeah. So it's like, like the thing where it's like anime, right? Where it's like, oh, they're like a 1,000-year-old dragon. They just look like they're 11, right? You ever heard that type of
Yes,
thing?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, he said yes, so he gets it. It's like
I've heard
that shouldn't-
this conversation
I'm-
before.
yeah,
I'm
like
not familiar with
the
the character, but I've heard
theory.
people talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So like, yeah, you get it. So you think no, obviously, no, not pedophile. He's fine.
Technically, no,
Well,
but like,
I don't even know. Like,
I think I agree with that.
so here's the thing. In practice, yes, but technically, no, right? Because that
Okay.
entity is not underage.
Okay.
yeah. Although that's the kind of thing that I would expect it to appeal.
Yeah,
to
I'll
someone
be
who
like,
is
that's
a
kind of
pedophile,
yikesy,
but,
bro.
like,
You know?
Yeah,
Like-
yikesy for sure, bro. But obviously, like, he still won the court case because they're of age. Because it's a fucking anime character. Dude, that's the same thing where it's like, if someone's underage, right?
Mhm.
Let's say they're 16, right? Or like 15, 14, or whatever. And they say they're like 21, 22, and you have sex with them, you're a pedophile. You're a predator. right? You go to jail. But if someone is 30
I believe
and
that I
and they
believe there's a
say that
difference
they're
though.
no, but if someone is
Like
30 and they say they're 14, 15, 16, they say that. You have it in writing that they said that and you have sex with them, you're fine.
I'm
Isn't
not
that kind
sure
of
if
weird?
that's true.
No, it is.
I thought
I'm not
pedophilia
taking your word
was
for that. I don't believe.
like
Yeah, don't take my word for it.
attracted
That's fair.
to prepubescent like characteristics.
What?
Yeah, that's
I'm just
literally
saying.
what a pedophile is.
Like
It's a person attracted
if
to
you
prepubescent children.
if there's a 17-year-old who is like
Yeah, but
has
that
like
has nothing to do with
huge boobs and
age.
ass and all that stuff, like I don't think it's technically pedophilia, but it is like underage.
It's a problem, but it's a different problem.
Yeah.
Bro, if they're underage, they're underage. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but like that's not what pedophilia means.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's literally not. So if you're
If they're
so-
underage, they're underage, bro. If you're 15,
yeah,
you
but
look
that's
at your
not what
20, you're still
pedophilia
15.
means. That's not what pedophilia means. So if you're
You
so
sound
big,
like
if
a
you're so big
pedophile
on
by trying to-
definitions, the words
You
and
sound like a
mean
pedophile
specific
trying to
things, then
define
look up the
pedophilia,
fucking
bro.
word, because this is not what
You're
it means to almost anyone.
You sound like a pedophilia trying to define pedophilia real quick. You're trying to have sex with a 15-year-old because she got big titties, and then you say, "Oh no, that's not pedophilia." You sound like a
okay,
pedophile.
No,
It's
but
kind
it's
of weird.
literally not. Because that's
Sounds
not.
like a pedophile to me. Sounds like a pedophile to me.
Okay,
Wait,
it sounds like it to you because you don't know anything about what a pedophile is.
Like in different countries,
Yeah, but definitions
there are
change,
different
so I think
Yeah,
different
they do.
pedophile is
And if
ages
people
you.
start
of
using that
legality.
definition, then that's fine.
Like, okay, so Mr. Muffin, in different countries there are
I have
different
to fucking
ages
pee.
of
I'm sorry.
legal, like where
Yes.
it's
Yes.
like in some
Yes.
countries it's 16, right?
Yeah.
But
Japan is like fucking 13 for girls, 11 for boys.
He's in
It's
Japan.
fucked up.
Kind
It's fucked up.
in some ways
I'm
yes,
in the
in some
US.
ways no.
No,
Like
Solemn is in Japan.
Yeah, I'm in Japan. I'm
Oh,
Japanese.
shit. It's fucked up for you, bro. You pedophile.
So like yeah, but like by your
yeah.
definition, 13 is
Mhm.
not underage.
In your country.
Yeah. So
It's still
so
fucked
in
up.
my country, it's
in
not
my opinion, it's
pedophilia.
fucked up. But yeah, no, it's not illegal. But I think it's still kind of fucked. But yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure
it's
Cricket
super
would
yikesy,
agree.
but
I
it's
think
not
Cricket would
pedophilia,
agree.
right?
It's fucked up, but for a different reason. Because there's a difference
No,
between.
it's not a different reason.
It is a different reason because statutory rape is not the same thing as pedophilia. Somebody said that in my chat, and they're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, bro. You're still having sex with an underage person. Just
No, but in Japan,
not in
they're
Japan.
not
doesn't mean
underage.
Not in Japan. That's the point. It's
the
yikesy because
the
we have a
person-
different
the person-
understanding, right?
The person in your chat is fucking cringe because they said pedophilia is different than statutory rape. That person sounds like a rapist. That's weird. Why would you say that?
Well,
dude?
no, because
No,
like,
that sounds like a person who
That's
actually
weird.
like understands what the words mean.
Of course he's looking into the laws of being a pedophilia or being a pedophile. That's weird. It's just kind of
It's
weird.
not weird if you're in Twitch poll. A lot of
It's
people talk
weird.
about this stuff in Twitch poll, and you
It's-
come across this.
No, it's kind of weird. To
like,
know the
for
difference
normal,
between
everyday
statutory
people, it's
rape
weird.
and pedophilia. Okay, if you're 30 and you're working and all your coworkers are 30 and they talk about the difference between statutory rape and pedophilia, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
In most contexts, it would be weird. In
Okay,
Twitch poll, it's
thank you.
weird. It's like common, but yeah.
Fair. Okay, so you disagree with, or you agree with me, but in a weird way. Like you agree with me. Like it's kind of weird to bring that up. Like why
Most of the
time
time it would be.
rape?
Most of the time it would be, but also when you say that in the context of watching a video where people are talking about those specific words already, then it's like really not weird at all.
Yeah, until he brings up statutory rape because he already knows the definition. It's kind of weird, dude.
No, that's not
Why
weird
you
for
do
people to understand what that is. Most people understand.
I
what
mean, ask
statutory
him his
rape is.
age. Ask him his age. Probably
You
right
can
in
ask him
the
his
rage or
age.
nah.
I say, oh well, why do you want to know his age? Are you a fucking pedophile? I don't know. Like,
Hell yeah, bro.
well,
Hell yeah.
I want to make sure he's over 18. Okay.
Fuck. I love how I'm just the fucking dumbass here.
Well,
I love it,
actually,
I love the questions.
I
Love
want
you guys.
I want to know how old you are, Mr. Muffin.
I am. Wait. Can you guys both guess? I'll tell the truth. I promise.
And we don't really have much context here.
What do you mean? You talked to me for like an hour, dumbass. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say early 20s.
Okay. Alright.
I'm gonna go I mean, I was gonna go early 20s, but I feel like I have to do something different.
You don't have to.
Nah, you don't have to.
I'm gonna go between 18 and 20.
18 and 20. Can you guys both give exact ages and maybe a little bit why? Like a little bit, not a lot, just a little snippet, like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Exact age, a little bit why.
I think I have a good
If you
reason.
don't mind.
I think I have a
If you
good
don't
reason for thinking you're around early 20s. I don't think I have a good reason for picking an exact number, but I can just do it just to guess if you want.
Yeah, no, guess. Yeah, I think it's fun.
Okay,
Chat
sure.
loves it.
You're 21.
Chat's already guessing. 21, okay. Do you have a little bit of a reason why? Like a little bit?
Because you said I'm twice as old as you after I told you I was 43.
Oh, shit. I don't even remember you telling me that. Oh, fuck.
It's almost like I'm paying attention
Well,
to the
actually,
conversation.
Wait. You actually
to be
have
fair,
gray
though, to
hair
be
at
fair-
43? Wait, you...
I had gray hair way young. I started getting gray hair when I was like high school age.
Al-
I'm not
Although,
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I have
think-
some gray hair too. I'm not gonna lie.
like Cricket, I think the two things were switched around. I think he said you were twice as old as he was before you told him the age that you were.
That might be true. I don't remember. If you remember, you're fucking nuts.
Also, the average.
I don't know if I care enough to go
average,
back into the VOD, but like
average Twitch
I
viewers are in
feel
their
like-
mid-20s.
That might be true. Might not be.
It is. I've looked it up.
I think average Twitch is probably like 13 to like 25, maybe.
I've looked it up
13,
before, and I can't remember the exact number, but it's like mid-20s is the average.
Well, the average, yeah, I guess maybe. I would have guessed a little bit younger than mid-20s though.
You both said 20s.
I mean the average. Like my guess
Neither
for
of
you
you guessed
is
an exact age.
No, I did. I said 21.
Yeah,
That's
he
my
said
guess.
21.
Oh, 21.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go with 20 because I don't think you're
Damn,
like just out of high school.
that sucks. I'm 22.
Ah,
You're pretty close though.
yeah.
Pretty close.
Just I went on the wrong end of 21. But yeah, like
I wish I wasn't an alcoholic. I love fucking talking to you guys.
Well, actually,
Dude,
at
can't-
22, I also would be edgy enough to call myself an alcoholic.
No,
but,
I
like,
am an alcoholic.
like
Actually, like I'm fucked up 7 days a week. Like fucked. Yeah. It's
yeah,
bad.
but that doesn't make you an alcoholic.
No, I'm an alcoholic. Dude, Cricket literally said some shit, and then like 6 times in a row, I didn't understand it. Come on.
No,
No,
like
but
so
here's,
you,
I don't think
no,
it's because
no.
you're an alcoholic. I think it's
Yeah,
because
so
you were like getting
you-
combative with me.
But like
No,
you getting
no, no,
getting
it's
drunk
not,
every
it's
day
not.
does
I'm
not
not.
make you an alcoholic.
That's the definition of a no.
No, you being addicted
not
to
fuck-
alcohol is the
Oh,
definition.
I'm addicted for real, bro. Shit. No, I'm not very competitive. If I was
Like-
competitive,
like,
it's because I'm an alcoholic. Because
If you were to not
not,
drink one day,
so I
would you
apologize.
not be able to function?
I would have a really hard time sleeping, to be honest.
Yeah,
Really
but
hard
like
time
like
sleeping.
would you be like craving the alcohol? You have to have the alcohol. Is like
I'm not sure. I haven't.
like if
not
you had
done
a
it.
job, could you like not show up to work not drunk?
Oh, I mean, showing up to work and waking up in the morning is different than being an alcoholic, right?
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're doing something that's not okay, and yet I don't want to throw you in jail for it.
Wait, I don't think you're an alcoholic. Therefore, I can rescind all my charitability.
Because you're doing something not okay doesn't mean they shouldn't be thrown in jail for it, right?
Yeah, I'd say
'Cause
that we throw people in jail for a subset of things that are not okay. I think it's necessary, but not
Not
sufficient.
okay by law.
Yeah, but like we also have
Not
to
your opinion,
agree what
'cause it's-
is not okay, right? So like
Exa-
there's things that
exactly.
I don't
Fucking
like.
tell 'em about it.
Like I don't want other people to do these things, but like
Yes, sir.
if the greater society deems it okay, then like
That's also fucked up,
I
Solemn.
can't enforce my personal beliefs because
Of
I
course you
think it
can.
should be law.
Okay,
I mean,
well, if you agree
you
with
can,
them,
but like
then
you
that's
would be
you
breaking
enforcing
the
your
law.
personal beliefs. Okay, well, think about it this way. Imagine if you were racist and you think black people are lesser and they should be slaves, right? You would hopefully push your personal beliefs that that's not okay and they shouldn't be slaves, right? So you both saying it's not a law, and then you saying
Mhm.
I don't think this way because I don't think it should be law. Well, I think that black people being equal should be law. Black people should be equal.
Yeah, this is also
So
something we talked about earlier.
it's the same. Yeah, no, it's a very 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 good argument because obviously racism's fucked up. Probably one of, if not the most fucked up thing.
Mhm.
So it's like the same argument. No, if you rewatch what you just said, like why are you looking at me like that? Oh, shit, bro.
I mean, like, we don't disagree. That's why we're not saying anything.
agree
I
that
don't
You don't
like.
racism
disagree,
is
but
bad.
based off what you
I
just said,
like what like true king.
hey,
Like based. I don't
facts,
know what.
facts.
What do you want from us?
I mean, you just said some shit.
I
Yeah,
think we agree that racism is bad, and that we also agree that we want to outlaw some forms of it as well. But we disagreed about why, and that was where
Wait,
we
how
started
often?
the stream.
Wait, how
like
often do you guys stream?
I usually do
I
twice a week.
stream like
Twice a week?
on the
Okay.
weekends, maybe
Weekends?
like this week. I have a conversation tomorrow, so I'm gonna be streaming
Or
again
fun?
tomorrow.
What
But I've been like
what
once a
time? What
week.
times? What times?
Whenever is available. Like I
Wait,
like
so
to have
I could book a conversation with you if I have a webcam, obviously.
maybe. I mean, if there's something that
I'm
you
not
want to
gonna.
talk
Yeah,
about.
like you.
Yeah.
I would book
Yeah.
a conversation with you if you want it. Like I
Oh,
normally
you fucking cuties. Oh shit. If I'm gonna book a conversation, I'm gonna buy a webcam, and I'm gonna not be drunk. I drink later in the day. It's fucking 3
here.
a.m. here.
I'm gonna friend you on Discord.
Ah, you cutie, don't do that.
Well, you don't
Oh,
have to
you're
accept.
you're in
That's
my
up to you.
Discord, so
I'm
you know
gonna,
where
you
to
know,
find me.
shit. How long are you guys gonna go?
I go until I get too weak from hunger, and then I end stream.
What about you, Cricket?
I'd say on average 2 to 3 hours, but sometimes longer. Like tonight, we've been going.
Are you
for
gonna go like another hour?
Yeah, we're
No, I think I'm
going
getting
on
close
almost
to wanting to wrap
5.
up.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm probably gonna pee and wrap up, but I'm gonna watch you guys until you go to bed. I'm gonna get off. As you can
Thank you.
tell,
All right.
my
Well, thanks for dropping
level
by.
of drunk has.
It was an interesting conversation. I actually do
I
want to
know.
have a conversation with a little bit more sober, sober you, because I think
Facts.
that would
Yeah.
be a little bit more interesting. Because like
I apologize for repeating the same shit like 10 times in a row, Cricket. I apologize.
I
He's
mean,
nodding. He's nodding.
again, I would give you more charitability than cricket.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't want charitability, dude. I'm a terrible person. Fucking Cricket would tell it to me straight, dude. You're a pussy.
Well, I mean, I
Fuck
would
you, dude.
listen to you before calling you a pussy. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. That's good. Okay, you guys talk it out. I apologize. Thanks for talking to me though.
Thanks for
All
stopping
right.
by. It was
Yeah.
fun.
No worries. Yeah.
Hell
Absolutely.
yeah. All right. See you guys.
See
All
ya.
right. Good night. All right. Where do you remember where we left the conversation?
No, I don't.
All right. Let's try and follow. I think so. Immutable characteristics.
Yeah.
What we talked about what we would consider immutable characteristics, and then we were talking about like technically there's immutable characteristics on both sides, but on my personal opinion, I would protect the immutable characteristics on the marginalized side and kind of not really on the majority side.
Wait, why not on the majority side? Like,
I mean, it really depends on what the context of the situation is, right? So like I think that's where we got on to like we would not let men compete in the women's leagues, even though technically being a man is an immutable characteristic, and barring them from women's league is discriminating against someone for their immutable characteristics.
right, but I think if we had an equivalent rule barring women from participating in men's leagues, it wouldn't really matter, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so like in that case, like it's hard to come up with like compelling arguments for or against. I think in a lot of other cases it's not, right? Like is it okay to do hiring discrimination against white people or something like that? And I think it should not be okay.
Well, I mean, it depends on the situation.
Yeah,
So like
yeah, of course.
if if
If you're
someone wants
hiring
to
for like
create like a sushi restaurant and like is like, hey, we want to hire more Asian people, like I
um
guess, you know.
I don't know if I'm okay with that one or not. I
Really.
Yeah, I think if there's a reason for them to hire more Asian people, it should be like, you know, maybe like we want to hire people with a certain cultural expertise or cultural background that's relevant to the job, but not like because they're like phenotypically Asian.
Maybe. I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but like yeah, I mean, again, like I maybe like your lived experience of racism is probably a lot different than mine.
It must be, considering like, I mean, I'm in California, you're in Japan, so
Yeah.
um, I've heard a lot about like uh, so
Yeah,
I've known several people that have traveled to either Japan or Korea to become English
mhm.
teachers, and I've heard that they have like a pretty outright racist preference for hiring people who look American, by which they mean they look either like white or black, and they are very reluctant to hire Asian Americans because they look like they could plausibly be Japanese or Korean, even if they are native English
I
speakers.
don't really I don't really see that a whole lot. But what I will say is that um like Asian Americans are treated to be Asian in said country, so they have a lot harder time living as a foreigner because like at least I don't know about like about Korea or China or whatever, but in Japan, like if you're a foreigner, you basically have carte blanche to do like whatever, and they're like, oh, that's just what gaijins do, you know,
It,
like that's what foreigners do. But if you look like a Japanese person and you do some really like culturally inappropriate things, they'll get on your case for it.
have you ever talked with Desperado Sensei? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like we chat a lot.
Oh,
I mean,
okay, cool,
not so
cool,
much
cool.
recently, but like yeah.
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know, Desperado Sensei is one of my like, you know, Discord and Twitch friends, and
Mm,
he is originally from like Nebraska, I think. He's originally American, but
yeah.
he's been living in Japan for like 10 or 11 years or something like that. He's married to a Japanese woman. He has two
Hmm.
children with her and has just been living there the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I feel that like so racism is a lot more overt in Japan as opposed to in the US, I think. But the consequences to said racism is a whole lot less, I think.
I would agree that like marginalized groups are more often and more severely affected by discrimination, but I still think it's bad even when it's done to
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
general population.
Like obviously. But like one of the major complaints that like foreigners have in Japan is that like when it comes to like buying something with a down payment or like renting an apartment and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people will refuse to like do like the down payment or whatever because like if that person leaves the country, there's no recourse. Like you can't charge America for like something if they just up and leave the country. So like it's tech like so when they say foreigners can't do that, they can't do that without a Japanese co-signer. So if a Japanese citizen uh it like co-signs it, if the foreign person up and leaves, the Japanese person will be stuck with the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And so like in those situations, like they will rent or sell to foreigners. because they know they're gonna get the money. So it's not like oh, we hate white people, therefore you can't you can't buy or you can't live here. But like unfortunately, because different cultures have different racisms. Um, like if you look at racism or sexism in Japan from like a Western viewpoint, it looks really fucking bad. But kind of similar with like Western feminism hasn't really caught on in Japan because if you get the rights, you kind of give up the like special privileges, right?
Mm-hmm. And I
Like
guess
and
Japanese women are
yeah,
relatively happy
Japanese
with the
women want
traditional
yeah
arrangements.
want to keep like the traditional, or like for the most part, like a lot of women don't, and it sucks for them because like they don't want to fulfill like the traditional like gender roles, and but like the majority of the population kind of does, and so Western feminism has had some trouble gaining a foothold in Japan. So like on the face, Japan seems like it is pretty fucking sexist with like because like gender roles is like a huge thing in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but at the same time, like there's not a whole lot of push from either men or women to change that. So like when feminists come to Japan and they're like, how can you live like this? This sucks. And people are like, yeah, but like we kind of like this is the culture that been raised in, so we like it this way. And yeah, it's like different cultures need different impetuses to have the same change, I think.
Do you think Japan would be better off if they did adopt some like Western-ish type of feminism, or do you think it's just like fine for them to stay how they are as long as they're happy with it?
Um, I mean, it's not really for me to say.
I know, but I'm asking you to say
Like, I would venture to say that they would not be happier.
Fair enough.
Because yeah, like it's gonna like it 100% sucks for the career woman. Like yeah, they're often like overlooked for like promotions and stuff because like at some point like they're assumed that like oh yeah, you're gonna get married and have babies and like not be in the company for like you know because Japan has maternity leave, they get like a year off from work, but that's a year off that you're not at work. So if you're in like a position of like managerial position, like you can't really take that year off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the company is gonna suffer if the manager or CEO or whatever takes a year off, right? So like,
So like what Desperado
but
told
like
me.
some people don't like some women don't want to have kids, and it really sucks for them because they're assumed that they want to have kids. But
What
yeah,
Desperado told me is that Japanese companies will treat men preferentially if they are fathers because they think like if you have kids, then you're more likely
yeah,
to stay grounded or what.
yeah, and like it's really kind of fucked up. Where so like if you have a kid, then they'll give you a raise, and they'll be like, hey, remember that time when you had a kid and we gave you a raise? This like we deserve your loyalty, like in perpetuity, you know, like, and that's the culture here, which I hate. That's why I want to leave Japan, and I've never tried to make a career in Japan because like fuck that shit. But um,
Do you mind?
yeah, like
What field do you work in?
I do manual labor.
Okay.
I work at a warehouse, so like it's kind of not a career job. Yeah.
All right. So do you wanna wrap up for tonight?
Um. Sure. Like, if you want to head off, that's fine. I'll
I think I do.
probably stay on a little bit longer, maybe game. Although I do have a conversation tomorrow, so I might actually end, and then because maybe I need to do some shit. I need to go shopping because I need food to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can end.
Okay. Well, I'll be back on Wednesday, and you and I can always talk again. So,
What's happening Wednesday?
oh, I do a weekly show every Wednesday with
Oh yeah.
with Floatrace.
I mean, I try and tune in sometimes, but
Yeah.
half the time y'all are like wrapping up by the time I wake up.
Makes sense.
All right. Oh, Myopic and Sen, do you want to jump into stream and duke it out?
Here, I'm gonna send my people over to you, and then I'm gonna be done for tonight.
All right. Well, it was lovely chatting. Anytime you want to chat, I'll. I mean, not anytime, but if I'm not doing anything, I'll happily have you on because it's always an interesting conversation.
Okay.
And like, it's really interesting because like I think you and we end up in the same place a lot of the time, but we come at it from very different points.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that's super interesting. And
I
like
have
that's why like I always ask you a lot of questions of how you got to a certain point, even if like we both agree on where we end up. Because I'm so curious as to like how people come to their beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, I have that experience with a lot of people where I end up at similar places, but for totally different reasons. Yeah. But anyway, I'll talk to you later.
All right. I will. Yeah, I my send my stream